What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it!
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Brilliant! Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Raise your fist in the air. Raise your fist in the air. All right. Raise your fist in the air.
Just taking time to set, almost flew out of his hand. Double 14. Clinical from Kirchmar. Going for the ball again. And finds it again.
Ryan Brandley.
Superb Ryan Brandley.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful for Mason Whitlock. Double topped. What a comeback for Mike Gillett. Tops for second 116 check out of the day.
On the fifth leg, Richard McKee.
Double top. And that is an 11 darter to get it wrapped up. So we're into the final third of Series 11 now, and we'll find out the latest incumbent through to Champions Week come the end of play this evening. Welcome along to Portsmouth, welcome along to Pluto TV, and welcome along to the Modus Super Series. Yeah, already this Champions Week looks absolutely stacked, doesn't it, in terms of the players involved. We've got a former champion in Scott Taylor looking to make it number 2. We've got some of the sharpest names in terms of the Challenge Tour of Merit also involved in proceedings. And we've also got some stars from across the continent as well. Talking of stars, we've got the former world champion Scott Mitchell alongside me here in the studio. And actually, we spoke about this Champions Week and in terms of the big names that are involved. You look at some of the players here this evening. This is an opportunity to mix it with the big ones, isn't it, in a few weeks' time?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a golden opportunity. You know, these guys have been practicing and playing all year, waiting for this week to come. And those 6 that have made it to tonight have a real big chance to make it to the big one.
6 players in action this evening, and this is what we're watching tonight. Boris Kirchmar is through to the weekly finals on his debut. Will the cool Croatian's consistency continue tonight? Ryan Brandley returned to the live lounge for the 3rd time this week and really showed what he had to offer. Will it be 3rd time the charm for the teenager? It's 5th time lucky for Mason Whitlock, who's reached his first Super Series Saturday. Will it be the apprentice who is top of the class tonight? Mike Gillett returns to the weekly final. He's the only weekly winner in the field, having won a title in Series 3. Will he double it up tonight? Richard McKee made a name for himself in Series 10, reaching the semi-finals on debut. Will the Northern Irishman better that feat tonight? Oliver King had a dream debut, hitting more 180s than anyone outside of Group A. Will his rampant run continue into the weekly finals this evening? So, confirmation of the 6 players that we are going to be watching this evening. Boris Kirchmar looking to join a Croatian contingent that made it through the Champions League before, looking to join Romeo Gerbovac, who made it through a couple of series ago, whilst Mason Whitlock is looking to beat his dad in terms of making it into a Super Series champion. And it was Boris Kirchmar that dominated Group A, Scott, and from first start to last, he just looked streets ahead of everybody else, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. He had a really good first 2 days. He came in as a debutant and we didn't know how he was going to react here at the Live Lounge, but we should have known better. You know, he's got those 8 stars on his shirt from the soft tip. We know that he travels. We know that he knows how to play the game. And the first 2 days here, he pretty much dominated it. And it was only Ryan Brandley that looked like sort of chink in his armour.
We saw in that game against Ryan Brandley him hitting back-to-back 160s, and this was the contest on Tuesday which pretty much secured his passage through to tonight.
Yeah, pretty much had, but I think by this point he had to, because Ryan Branley had turned him over on the first 2 days, and that was his only couple of losses at that time. So I explained to Ryan at the time, you won't get too many players do back-to-back 160 shot-outs against you. I've been around for years and haven't seen it, and he's only a young man, so it'll be a fair few years before he sees it again.
So these are his stats for the week, and you have a look at it from top to bottom. This is Pro Tour form, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, this is what you're saying. You need to be running that plus 100 average in the Pro Tours to have a chance of a success. And that's exactly what he's come here to do. You know, a high average of 100 this week. And when we looked at it, it looked like it could have been 110. He made it look very easy.
So Boris Kirchmar won Group A. The players were then divvied up into Groups B and C. Group B is what we watched on Thursday and Friday night. And a little bit like Boris Kirchmar in Group A, Ryan Branley was just a step ahead of the rest of the field.
Yeah, very much so. It could have been really easy for Ryan. He's a young guy, and it could have been easy for letting his head drop. But I've been saying it all week. He is wise beyond his years, and the bits that he knows comes naturally to him. And that's the bit where he doesn't get hurt when things happen on the board. He recovers really quickly. He doesn't let them get to him for too long. And, he bounces straight back. And then we had a couple of times this week where he was behind in games, and it never seemed to faze him. And with young players, that tends to faze them, all of them. But with this young man, it doesn't. And I think that's why he's maybe a little bit more special than the rest.
Is he somebody that, look, we've seen a lot of good young players here, but does he stand out from the others?
He does for me, because I think also a lot of young players, sort of a fiddler's elbow. They're up and down with their averages. This guy, he's very level. He just does that mid-80s average. He needs to step it up. He steps it up. If the average drops below that, he just does what he needs to do. I've been really impressed with him this week.
I'm sure the emotion that Mason Whitlock felt last night more than anything else was probably relief, wasn't it?
Absolutely. When you go into the same sport as maybe a famous parent, there is always going to be comparisons. And that is really, really hard, because Mason's got to go and make him and pave his way in his own right. But because his dad has been around for such a long time and such a star of the sport, everybody expects Mason to be that immediately. Now, Simon wasn't, his father wasn't, so why expect that of Mason? We've got to give him a chance. We've got to let him grow. We've got to let him develop and make his own way in the game.
It's been a while between drinks for Mike Gill. It was a couple of years ago he won his solitary weekly title. He made it through, but is it also fair to say that it was a little bit up and down at times?
Yeah, I think so. But I think come the end of the once he'd qualified at the end of the group yesterday, it was kind of, the job was done fairly early. He couldn't be caught. So it was a case, I think he took the foot off the gas, enjoyed the games, probably didn't get out of them what he wanted. But tonight's very different. Tonight it feels more of a knockout tonight, and that will suit Mike.
Group C was what we watched in the afternoons of Thursday and Friday. Richard McKee picked up 18 points from a possible 20 in that group. And again, didn't have to play his absolute premium game. And he said up here that he doesn't feel like he's played his A game yet. But he's got this reliable level about him which won in games this week.
Yeah, it did. I mean, he every time he was around that 100 mark, he looked like getting the shot out. I think he had a 140 plus shot outs. Although his scoring wasn't quite on point and he didn't average where he would like to be averaging, when he got down to the bottom end of the games, he was so quick getting out. That was what was winning in games. So I wouldn't worry. I mean, the concern for most players is that you score like a trooper and then can't get out. He was the other way this week and still qualified comfortably.
Oliver King, big moment for him to qualify tonight, and I think he was more relieved than anything, wasn't he, to make it through yesterday? Yeah,
absolutely. It's the first time I've met Oliver. He's a likeable lad. I think on the first day, we just seen him shake hands with Devon Peterson there. Devon was kind of the big name in the group. And for Oliver to go and beat him first game, if that doesn't give you confidence, nothing will. And he ran with it on that first day and got himself into a position where he just needed a couple of wins on the second day. Unfortunately for him, he had to pay McKee early doors, and McKee turned him over. Then it came a bit of a struggle, but in the end, he qualified comfortably.
Let's have a look at the groups then. This is what we're going to be seeing this evening. And I think the common logic probably is that Boris Kirchmar and Ryan Branley are probably the two favourites to make it through to the semi-finals.
They are, but when you have two such favourites in the groups, as the top of the groups like this, the other guys are the underdogs, and they can throw with a bit of freedom, be relaxed, not expect too much of themselves. And 9 times out of 10, you find players play better against better players and start producing games that are a little bit above their level, usually. So I can see that there could be a shake-up in those groups if the favourites aren't right on point.
So these are the odds. Boris and Ryan, the two favourites. But is Richard McKee the interesting one?
I think Richard McKee is the interesting one. I think the bookies have gone that direction. If you look at the averages, Boris ran a 91, Ryan ran just over an 88, and McKee was an 86.5. So he wasn't a million miles away. And like he said in his interview, he hadn't scored how he wanted to. So I can see why they've gone with him like they have.
For a lot of people, this is the biggest night of darts they've ever played.
Absolutely. Look, anybody that comes here and plays in a finals night, I've played in a couple of them. They were big nights for me too. The way that the Modus Super Series works and the way it's perceived and the way that players have gone on from here and got tour cards and done very well on the tour, doing well here feels like a must if you're here as a player.
It's certainly going to be interesting tonight, and somebody's going to have an opportunity to do something very special. And look, when you look at the Champions League field, who knows? We've spoken about it before. This could be a £90,000 butterfly effect with a global championship potential prize.
Absolutely. I think we're getting to the business end of the year here at the Modus Super Series. From here now to the end of the year, it's really important that you get things right, and it's going to have to start tonight for some of them. 18
plus, gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this evening. Right, our first game of the evening is a meeting between Boris Kirchmar and Oliver King. We caught up with both players over the course of the week. We'll start with Oliver King, who spoke to Sam Mulliner earlier on this evening, talking about his expectations going into the week and getting through to Saturday night's finals.
I'm just happy to be here, to be completely honest. After the first day, 4 out of 5, and then second day was a little bit tough. I think I might have overfought a little bit, but scraped over the line against, in the end, a very angry Devon Peterson.
You mentioned a strong performance on Thursday, and I mentioned potentially overthinking it a little bit. What was the mindset going into Friday when you knew qualification was very much in your own hands?
The general thought was literally just get the wins. Get the wins. Don't worry about your average. Get the wins. Let the doubles go in, please. And then eventually took the last game. I had to get one against Devon, and I ended up getting 2, thankfully.
And here you are in Group 1 this evening. What do you make of your opponents for you tonight? Boris Kirchmar and Mason Whitlock.
Tough, very tough. But like them, I'm here for a reason. As much as I scraped through after a very good Thursday, anyone can win it if the darts go correct. So, fingers crossed, they go where I want them to.
So game 1 of the night is a meeting between Oliver King and Boris Kirchmar. For both players on debut in this competition. For Boris, having dropped off the Pro Tour at the end of 2024, he is looking to springboard his way back into the elite. While for Oliver King, this could well be the biggest night of his darting career. Game 1 of 9 that we're going to be broadcasting to you this evening live on Pluto TV, and a very special welcome to viewers as well joining us in Croatia watching Boris Kirchmar's exploits tonight. In the commentary box then throughout the course of the evening, Scott Mitchell has joined Sam Mulliner in the commentary box. Very good evening, Sam.
Thank you, Henry. Very good evening. And for those watching in Croatia, Dobra večer. I've been practicing my Croatian, Scott Mitchell. What do you reckon?
I think you're way above your pay grade if you'd been doing that, but well done you.
Hvala. Thank you in Croatian. That's half of my phrases used up already. But now, Boris Kirchmar, the 45-year-old from Zagreb, impressing on his Super Series debut, facing the 26-year-old Oliver King from Norwich, who's also making his debut. So we said on Monday, Scott, that debutants sometimes struggle here at the Live Lounge, but these two bucking the trend somewhat.
Yeah, very much so. In particular, Boris, you can see those 8 stars on his shirt through the soft tip game. a multi-world champion. And he comes here under slightly different circumstances than most debutants. I imagine he's flown around the globe and played in new venues all over the place. So this one was never going to faze him and stop him from performing how he wants to perform. There's our referee for the evening, Paul Hinks, one of the most recognisable darts referees on the globe.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And
First
we
leg,
are
Boris to through first.
more than happy to have
Game
him
on.
here officiating for us this evening on this finals night.
We certainly are. Here we go then. Finals night of Week 10, Series 11 at the
85.
Modus Super Series underway.
$85.
Out of the two players, Scott, who do you think will be feeling the nerves more? Could be a bit of a silly question in what you just said about Boris there. And Oliver
59.
King, I imagine winning a finals night would mean the world to him. We spoke to him earlier, of course, and there was a bit of nerves in his face,
96.
I think it's fair to say, but that just shows you he cares about this.
Yeah, very much so. I think he does. And you know, although Boris
45.
is quite well known here in the UK for his exploits in the PDC, I think if you go to other continents and Asia and the soft tip
45.
game, when you're an 8 times world champion, you're a bit of a superstar everywhere else. So Boris is kind of, in the last few months and towards the end of the year, has decided that he's going to try and go down the steel tip route of the darts industry. And we look forward to seeing more of him.
48. Boris Zakar, 132.
Boris fires in the first maximum of the evening as the eyes treble 19.
104.
Does get a treble 20 though to leave it very sweet indeed. He'll return for double 14. King now trying to
97. Boris Zakar, 28.
respond. But Kirchmar with an
Each on the first
early
leg, Boris
nerve
Kirchmar.
settler. The Croatian goes 1-0 up.
Second leg, Oliver through first. Game
Yeah,
on.
he holds the highest finish of the week so far with the 167. He did that on Monday morning, so maybe that
58.
also helped him settle into the studio here at the Live Lounge. It's a purpose-built venue for
140.
players to produce their best darts, and obviously you can see the gantry with all the lights and cameras. We are able to produce pictures
100.
that maybe some others aren't able to produce where we're a permanent venue. So, but Boris will be definitely more settled now that he has
59.
the first leg under his belt. You do, as a player, just want to hit your first treble 20 on any night or any given day when you're playing as quickly as you possibly
45.
can, and then you want to get your first leg on the board and hit your first double to settle yourself down. And then, obviously, if you can do that 4 times, that culminates in a win
100.
for you within your group. So you have to say that Boris looks the more settled at the minute.
He does,
100.
averaging over 91 for his Group A campaign. Hopefully he enjoyed his 2 days off.
95.
Ollie King settled into proceedings very nicely indeed on the Thursday afternoon of Group C, but admitted he was perhaps
40.
overthinking
Boris
things somewhat
107.
Friday and managed to qualify as Group C runner-up. As Boris now
59. Oliver Dakar,
his favourite
158.
to break throw here. King will have to check out this 158, which he nearly
139.
does.
Boris Dakar, 48.
Just frightening the top wire of the double, but Boris returns
Each on the second leg,
with
Boris
no
Kirchmar.
fuss. And that's been a theme of Boris Kirchmar in Group
Third
A.
leg,
No
Boris
fuss,
to
no
first.
frills, no
Game
bother.
on.
Yeah, he just gets his head down and gets on with it, doesn't he? He doesn't really concentrate on what his opponent is doing, which is a very sort of soft tip game type face. It's
93.
when you play the soft tip game, the soft tip game is very different with cricket, 501s and so on and so forth. So you tend
55.
to concentrate on what you're throwing at within the soft tip game, and he brings that style of play to the steel tip game, and I think that's why he's so successful.
100.
It's a kind of slightly different way of thinking, but I have to say King was unlucky there on that 158 shot. It settled him down. This is
180.
first 180 of the match for King.
That will help settle the nerves, I'm sure.
42.
Just needs to get a leg on the board, does King. And he is now in pole position to do so. But darts like that won't help, and he knows it.
84.
Recovers well, but doesn't leave a finish, which allows Boris straight back in.
99.
But King would like to think he's got 6 darts from here.
Yeah, King wearing his beloved county
100. Borisaka,
Norfolk shirt.
167.
Plays for Norfolk in his county darts, and he's wearing their shirt this evening. Kretschmar's done this once already on Monday morning. Not to be this time.
94.
He's a little unlucky,
Borisaka,
straying
82.
into the treble 5. So King now back for 82. It's for a breaker throw, double top, double 10. You can see he slowed himself down. He rushed that one, and that's a good finish.
Oliver King.
Takes out the double 10. 2-1. It's a breaker
Oliver
throw
through
in
first.
favour of
Game
King.
on.
Now he has to hold to level the match up.
2 interesting things for me there that happened in that leg
60.
on 2 occasions. Well, it was one thing over 2 occasions, but King there was very quick to throw his second dart, but then
66.
composed himself and recovered with his third. So if he can learn to just maintain that composure, he may be able to trouble Kretschmar as he bids now to draw level with
60.
the Croatian.
$58.
The door's open here for King.
Yeah, Boris has dropped off a little since losing that leg, and King, it seems to have spurred him on.
140.
And another double treble visit goes in for King.
100.
So as you mentioned there, Scott, Oliver wearing his Norfolk shirt. Came through Group C,
100.
beating his Norfolk compatriot Ollie Howard from the Bull Hitters, who on debut, I say on debut, we saw him
58.
for the
Oliver Carr,
Influencers Pairs event, which he
141.
won alongside Peter Washiri. Certainly did not disgrace himself by any stretch of the imagination. I'm sure Ollie Howard has earned himself another invite
37.
to the Live Lounge in the future.
Yeah, he was a bit nervous when he opened up, and of course when you're an influencer there's so much attention on you, but he wasn't here as an influencer. He was here in his own right as a player.
180. Oliver
Look at
Carr,
that. King gets a
104.
bounce out, and Kretschmar gets a 180 to really apply the pressure.
86.
This is
Oliver
a
Carr,
dart double
59.
18 for Kings. That's a second missed dart to take a leg here.
Looked rushed again, didn't it? And Boris now
Game shot on the fourth
returns
leg. Boris
to break
Kretschmar.
throw once more and goes within a leg
Fifth
of
leg, Boris
victory.
through first. Game on.
You could say, looking at that scoreline, it could have been reversed. King has done enough. That 158, he got a dart, a double. But now here goes Boris.
140.
Opens up with a 140. And just when you think you're having bad luck, in steps Boris with some beautiful skill. And that's a good
140.
reply. Really good reply from King.
But once again, here comes Boris.
140.
King isn't going away here.
100.
No, absolutely. He's not perturbed by the scoreline. He's just playing each game and each throw in front of him as they come. And
60.
And I think that shot of Boris shows that he realises King's not going to go away.
And once again, when King
85.
just takes a
What is
step
your
back
card?
to
61.
just recompose himself, he finds the treble with the next dart. But Kirchmar, how about this? He's obviously going to go for it, and he's obviously going to get it. 1-6-1 to kickstart the Group 1 campaign. Kirchmar 4-1. A comprehensive victory in the end over Oliver King, but it could have been so different for King. Boris Kirchmar 93.5 on the averages. Coming up after the break, we turn our attention to Group 2. Ryan Branley takes on Mike Gillett.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Boris Kirchmar got his night off and running with a 4-1 win and sealing it in some style, a 161 checkout to complete victory over Oliver King. So he's a 4-1 winner. That kicks the night's action off. Average of 93.5, 4 from 5 of his doubles. Really good display from the Croatian. We'll see him a little bit later on this evening. Our next game is a meeting between Ryan Branley and Mike Gillett. Ryan back into finals. In fact, both players back into a finals night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And earlier on this evening, Sam Mulliner caught up with both players.
Mike, welcome back to finals night, and you've overcome a real tricky Group B.
Yeah, it was tricky. The standard wasn't brilliant, but yeah, just did enough to get through by the end of it, really. So yeah, really happy to obviously make it through. Yeah, a tricky group.
You say the standard wasn't great, but there were certainly some big names within that group. You qualifying, of course, by finishing third. What was it kind of relief for you in the end, just to grind that one out and make it here for finals night?
Yeah, I think a little bit. I mean, I had a good start yesterday, so I won my first 2 games yesterday. So I kind of felt that it would go really against me if I hadn't qualified at that point. So I kind of did the main work of it really towards the beginning of the evening yesterday. So I didn't really feel that kind of pressure, and I think maybe Modacho towards the end, to be honest, I kind of knew already qualified, and the standard wasn't too good towards the very end.
Well, you mentioned pressure there. Are you feeling the pressure going into tonight?
No, I'm really looking forward to it. Yeah, really relaxed. Just going to enjoy it. You know, it's just we play darts to enjoy it really, and so yeah, just going to have some fun.
Absolutely. And Group 2 for you this evening. Ryan Branley up first for yourself. Confident? Have you been keeping an eye on his exploits? Obviously, you faced him before, but comparisons being made to him and a certain Littler. What do you make of his rise to stardom? I mean,
what a talent! 17 years old, he's brilliant, isn't he? He's such a good player, and already at his age, so he's he's going to have a big future, I think, in the game. For me personally, I'm just going to try to play better than what I have played, and hopefully it's enough. It's a different day, everyone's on scratch now today, so yeah, it's a different day. Hopefully my darts will be a bit better this evening, and hopefully come through.
We wish you well. Thanks for joining me.
Cheers. Thank you.
Delighted to be joined by the Group B winner, Ryan Branley. Ryan, it's been a long week for you, but here we are on finals night.
Yeah, it's been quite a long week. Not used to waking up so early for the Group A, but kind of preferred waking up when I wanted to for Group B.
Yeah, you overcame Group B. It was very tricky on paper, but you made it seem easy in the end.
I just played my own game, just try and win every game. Only lost 1 game, so can't complain with that.
Second in Group A as well, of course, so could we potentially be culminating to a bit of a showdown between yourself and Boris?
Hopefully. It's currently 2-1 to me, but just have to see what he plays like tonight.
Have you brought many from Blythe down with you from the northeast, or will they be watching in places like the Mason's Arms, which I've frequented myself before?
Probably just be watching at home. I've got my grand night here, but try and do what I can.
What would it mean to you to get that win tonight, lift that trophy and secure yourself a place in Champions Week?
Probably be my biggest achievement, but just have to see what everyone else shows up with.
Will you be channeling the spirit of big Dan Burn this hour? I know you're a big Newcastle fan, as am I, and Dan Burn was the hero in the League Cup final. Could you be the next hero from Blythe?
Hopefully.
Well, we wish you the best of luck. Go well. Another one of those would be handy. Double 16 for a 1-5-2 for the match. That is how you do it.
Forget about stars of the future, he's very much a star of the present. He's from Blythe. But is someone going to beat Ryan Branley tonight? We're going to find out over the course of the next couple of hours or so. His first opponent is Mike Gillett, who is enjoying lapping up and embracing every single bit of this experience. In the commentary box, Scott Mitchell and Sam Mulliner. You can sit down again now, Sam. Get that flag away.
The lyrical stylings there of Henry Deacon. Held a bit of a tune there. But Ryan Branley, the 17-year-old from Blythe, just north of Newcastle upon Tyne. It's we saw the northeast skyline in that little video package there. St James's Park looking resplendent as always. Faces Mike Gillett, who got that third place in Group B. It was all a bit of a scrappy affair outside of Ryan Branley, really, Scott Mitchell. He made a very tricky-looking Group B look pretty simple in the end.
Game on.
Yeah, he did. I mean, to be honest, he went really well in Group A, and it was only... And Boris really didn't get in his way. There was a couple of other games that he lost that probably stopped him winning Group A. He actually was 2 from 3 against Boris. But you can't ask for a better opening start than that. 180 off the bat. It shows he's here to
83.
Get the job done.
I'm almost hesitant to say this, but with the greatest of respects to the dart players we have here this evening, who are all
49.
So talented, but I kind of get a similar feeling that we had this time last week, where it seemed as though Derek Coulson and Andreas Harrison were on a collision course. Could we be under similar circumstances here with Boris Kirchmaier and Ryan Branley?
Yeah, we very much could. I mean, that looks how the bookies have it, and I think when you look at the numbers from the week from both players compared to the other 4 in the group who are here tonight, you would have to say yes. You know, the numbers don't lie, but you never do know on a finals night. It's very different to the weekly play. You're kind of playing, you know, with something on it all the time. With here now, it has the feel of a knockout, even though it's a mini group. It really does have the feel of a knockout. And so you have to really turn up and be off the mark really quickly in these short formats.
So Branley then not hanging around in this opening leg. Double 16. Good guide. Needs the other side of the barrel.
On the first
just like that. As we see Ryan's grandparents there.
Second leg,
the
Mike,
long trip down from Blythe to Portsmouth.
Yeah, really nice opening leg from Ryan, 15 dart leg. It means that with your opponent throwing second, they have to do 59. A 12 dart leg to beat you, which is, yeah, doable, but you don't do lots and lots of 12 darters.
They'll be hoping Ryan wins this just to help pay for the petrol.
Yeah, absolutely.
100.
It's a fair old track to the northeast.
70.
But Mike Gillett was a participant in the UK Open this year.
140.
Losing out to Rusty Jake Rodriguez. So qualifying for a competition like that just shows he's no slouch, Gillett. A weekly winner here in Series 3. How would you describe his campaign in Group B? It was either
100.
a bit all or nothing, really.
Yeah, look, he never played his best, but he knows that you don't have to play your best to get through. You've got to turn up and play your best tonight. And here's some of it right there on cue. Thank you, Mike. Make me look good. No, and Mike is a more than capable player. He's a former Welsh international. He's, you know, for someone that takes the game as a hobby.
64. Mike O'Carr,
I would
52.
say that he's more than a hobby darter by a long shot, you know, in standard.
Getting shown the second leg.
Well, Mike responds to Ryan's opening 15 dart leg with a 14 darter of his own.
First. Game on.
And it's just a little bit of a reminder to young Branley that he is in a game here.
Yeah, brother-in-law
100.
to Mike is Aaron Turner, who's played at Lakeside. Sister-in-law is obviously Laura Turner, who is an England international herself, played at Lakeside herself, and obviously we know her from being a pundit with Sky Sports and Talk Sport. So it's a very sort of darting-based family.
95.
Even Mike's wife and sister-in-law's mum plays county for Hampshire. Sue. I hope you're watching, Sue. I hope you've joined us on Pluto
83.
TV. So yeah, very darts orientated. And Mike's niece even plays county for Hampshire, so try that. So yeah, very darting family. I wonder what they talk about when they get together at Christmas.
136.
Oh, no pressure, Mike. He's not showing any signs of pressure whatsoever.
170.
But Ryan now, the biggest checkout of them all. Oh.
Did he not see it great then when that fell
35.
out? I wasn't sure whether I could actually lip read him. But the thing with Mike is, like you say, when you've played international darts, you've played at a level, you've played under a duress, you've played under a very
121.
sort of nerves and everything. It's just, and he's one of those that takes everything in his stride, Mike. Those sorts of things don't get to him.
Just missing out on the treble 20.
95.
Gets the ball,
which
you'd have fancied doing either way as the marker on the 25 sat up nice, but Mike Gillett here with a break opportunity, which he
on
takes.
The third leg, Mike Gillett.
And Mike Gillett,
Fourth leg, Mike to through first.
averaging over 102, takes a 2-1 lead. He's halfway there in this match.
Well, he said in his interview before this game that, you know, yeah, he'd got through and he wasn't too worried about the performances to get through. It was all about getting
45.
here. And he's kind of showed that up to now, although that's a horrible opening throw. He wouldn't have wanted that, but the Welshman's a school teacher from Eastleigh, I think. So
140.
He's really got his thumbs right here, thus far. But in Ryan Brownlee, we've got a guy who
78
doesn't seem to let the game phase him any way, shape or form. Or he hasn't done so far this week. He's been behind in matches and just does enough to go back past his
57.
opponent.
Yeah, we were speaking about Ryan on Monday, weren't we, Scott? About obviously not wanting him to get carried away with the
100
comparisons between himself and Luke Littler, and I asked you about what would you say to him to just maybe keep his feet on the ground, and just speaking to him earlier, he seems pretty grounded to me.
He has another 180 for him there as well. He is very grounded, I have to say. And that's his 35th 180 of this week.
124.
He is a very talented lad, and he's now running a 102 average. This is a really good game. Gillett himself is running a 95.
84.
Manages the board there. Didn't need to go for the ball. So will return for tops to break back straight away.
80. Run your car 40.
So can Branley take advantage now and bring us level? One more for tens.
Getting shot on the fourth
And
leg.
he does this a lot.
Ryan
He
Branley.
composes himself between darts an awful lot. And
Fifth
I've
leg,
been
Ryan
saying it all
between
week for
first.
those that you've been
Game
watching,
on.
you know, for a 17-year-old, the bits between throwing, the bits between it, the thinking side of it, the mental side of the game where an opponent really hurts you with a score or a shot or a double. Mike was running a 102 average there at one point, and Ryan was 2-0 down, and he seems to be able to absorb it and not let him affect the way that he throws.
100.
Now that has to come naturally. It's something you have to learn over time. But he's got a head start on everybody else his age because he's already got it. It's already in there. He doesn't have to learn it, and it comes very natural
95.
to him. So all the others have got to learn it to catch up with him, and so he'll be head and shoulders above the rest of his age group.
So coping,
135.
dealing with in-match adversity.
Yeah, exactly right. A coping mechanism. Very well put.
So looking to set up a finish,
78.
which he does with his final dart. Gillett can do the same. That big 5 doesn't help things, but again, himself recovers well. This is a really good opening game in Group 2. Both players around about the 100 mark on the average scale, but Branley once again having to compose himself.
86.
And as we saw earlier, he finds the treble again after taking that moment to gather himself.
52. Manual car 62.
Taking that extra second again. This is a big dart. He knows it. Double 16.
46.
Never really troubled the green bit. And Mike Gillett now has 89 points separating himself between a 3-2 lead. Can't do it now. He knows that's a big opportunity missed.
Yeah, went a bit greedy for the treble, didn't he? Should have made sure of being certain of the 20 and then giving himself an opportunity to allow it to drop into the treble rather than go full bore at it. And he's made a mistake there, and he knows it. He knows it. He's given Branley another opportunity to go back. Branley doesn't need a second invitation.
6 leg Mike.
As we've seen this game so far, if you're not going out in 15 darts, you don't win the leg.
Game on.
And obviously these two were in the same group, so they met on Thursday and Friday, and it's 2-0 in games to Branley before this. So because he won his group, that means he
99
got to throw first in this match. And that going to be the advantage that he needed to get his opening win here?
60.
Both players deserve credit for qualifying for tonight. Out of Group B, the players eliminated from that group:
140.
Steve Hine, Richie Burnett and Devon Peterson. Which on Monday, Scott, we were pretty convinced that at least 2 out of those
96.
3 were going to be here tonight.
I've got to be honest, I was pretty convinced all 3 would go through, and you could. This is where Henry and I felt that this is a week of opportunity
100.
because of exactly how that happened. You know, the big names, particularly Devon and Richie. We definitely expected to be here, and I expected Steve Hine to be here. He was very good here on his last trip, but
140.
and he was very good when he ended the group. But unfortunately, he'd had 5 games on the trot that he'd lost and sort of ruled himself out of it.
This is really good stuff from Gillett.
130.
Yeah, he'll be a little bit upset that he left himself on a bogey, but he's still going to come back for the 32 with Branley back on 205. It's all about
93.
your nerve and your bottle now. Can he level it up and go 3-3 and force Branley to serve it out?
This game certainly deserves a last leg decider.
24.
But it's not guaranteed we're going to get one. Ryan Branley returns now for 112.
He poked to 112 on Thursday in Group B. Can he repeat? Well, he's got an opportunity now. It's 32, and this is to win the match.
Steps forward then for double 16.
Game
that
Ryan Branley
is very, very good indeed, showing years of experience well beyond his just tender age of 17. Ryan Branley, a big win over Mike Gillett, who can take plenty of positives from that performance. But it is Branley that gets the win. Both players comfortably in the 90s. Just a shade under 98 for Branley there. Back to Group 1 we go next. It's King Whitlock.
.54, Charlie McGuire, 164. .44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Ryan Branley get the better of Mike Gillett by 4 legs to 2. He found himself 2-1 behind in that game, did Branley, but pulled out this 112 to get over the line against the Welshman to get his evening off to the perfect start. 97 average in that game. Really impressive beginning for Branley. This is what we've seen so far this evening. Prior to that, Boris Kirchmar got the better of Oliver King by 4 legs to 1. And we're going to see Oliver in our next game. He takes on Mason Whitlock into a first Saturday night final here in Portsmouth. And earlier on tonight, he caught up with Sam Mulliner.
Mason Whitlock, 5th time lucky. You're finally here on finals night.
Yeah, honestly, it felt so good to finally make it to finals night. I feel like I've, put the hours in and it's finally starting to pay off a bit.
You're in a tricky little group this evening. What do you make of your 2 opponents?
I think everyone's great. Anyone that plays Modus is a great player. So I'm just going to take it how I always take it, just try and beat them all.
We've already overcome one tricky group this week. Just reflect for me on the Group B.
It was great. I mean, great guys as well. And it was great to come second as well. That was always, such a good feeling to, finally find that a bit of consistency and, stop doing the flashy stuff for the cameras and just look for the win more than anything.
Your exploits on the outer ring, your doubling has been superb so far. Is that going to be key and crucial for you to potentially lift that trophy come the end of the night?
Yeah, well, me and my old man, we always we practice doubles probably more than anything in the game. So hopefully my doubles just stay good and I hopefully win the night. That'd be incredible.
You mentioned your dad there. It'd be remiss of me not to mention him briefly. Has there been any messages exchanged today just to give you a few pointers on maybe helping you along to overcome tonight and get yourself a place on Champions Week?
Yeah, well, he knows what I can do. I mean, he sees it every time we practice and every time we play each other, you know. And it's mainly just been like, just stay positive, and he's been, been really, really good from his side, messaging me all the love and that he's proud of me and everything. So that always goes a long way.
Mason, thanks for joining me. We wish you well.
Thank you.
And you can see the relief on the face of Mason Whitlock, because finally he has got a Saturday night to look forward to here at the Super Series. Mason Whitlock hits the night after.
Oh, Mason Whitlock. He's got them both.
Beautifully done by Mason Whitlock.
And we've got a blame 180 from Mason. I'm loving that, by the way.
See how we keep it steady. See how we keep it heavy. 1, 2, sip and a bevy.
Yeah, this time he doesn't have to pay admission money to be here on a Saturday night, Mason Whitlock, because he is playing on the stage and he takes on Oliver King, for whom if he wins 4-0, he is through. And if Mason Whitlock can win this game by any score, he's through too. Scott Mitchell, Sam Mulliner are in the commentary box.
Thank you, Henry. It's already that time of the night where the boffins have got the calculators at the ready and going through all the permutations for qualification for both groups. First time we get a look at the 22-year-old Mason Whitlock, the apprentice, finally qualifying for a finals night. Facing Oliver King, who was by no means disgraced in his opening game. He lost 4-1 to Boris Kirchmar. Boris was absolutely sublime, but Oliver showed glimpses, I think it's fair to say. Maybe just showing some signs of nerves.
Game on.
But he knows it's do or die time.
That's one of Oliver King's fans there in the crowd, and he looks to be more nervous than Oliver.
43.
It's always more nervy watching. It's easy when you're on the stage. You should know that.
60. Yeah, absolutely. Be honest, it's the easiest place to play now. And Norfolk on tour.
All two of them.
100.
So King getting off to a solid start.
140.
Obviously, he knows full well that he needs a big win here to give himself a squeak.
85. Oliver Carr,
yeah, he does,
161.
He didn't play badly against Boris, did he, in the first one? But I've had a nice little message from my friend Chris Milson.
43.
He's got a little logo on his collar, which is for a charitable organisation.
96.
856.
Oliver Carr, 118.
It's a mental health charity that helps reduce the stigma of men's mental health and increase the awareness and increase. He's trying to help increase the profile of the charity and get support. So fair play to Oliver King, thinking of others while doing the business himself.
87.
Absolutely.
Oliver Carr, 16.
Fantastic cause, and King now
returns
to King the double 8 to fire himself into a one-leg advantage. King can qualify outright with a 4-0 win in this game. And Mason Whitlock will know that any win will do for him.
97.
As that will see King eliminated with 2 defeats. But no doubt about it, King has started the stronger here.
140.
You can't get much stronger than that.
Yeah, it's a very positive start from King, isn't it? Sometimes when you do that, all you do is
140.
Make your opponent come with you, so you've got to keep it up. Mason Whitlock, maybe Australian, but
85.
He's up the road at Waterlooville. He's probably more local than me, and I'm English.
Well, Australian dart players are no stranger to the south coast of England. Paul Nicholson will be back here next week. But then again, is he really Australian?
29.
Yeah, mate.
He doesn't sound like that. Mason Whitlock
89.
just setting up nicely now, but this is an opportunity for King. But that will be a frustration for him, that first start.
72. Mason
Not
Carl
playing
40.
ball. And Whitlock returns now for 2 darts at double 10. The doubles were very much his ally
20.
in Group B, but they've deserted him in this second leg.
Yeah, this is a real opportunity. He's going to get 2 at it.
Game
Only needs 1.
Oliver King.
So King is really
Oliver
playing
through
nicely
first.
here.
Game on.
2 legs in, I know, but he's on 100.20 for the average. And if Mason Whitlock wants to know what a finals night is all about here at the Live Lounge, those first 2 legs should give him a good idea.
The apprentice fires back, though, with a 140 of his own. And Mason himself will know just how crucial this is, as he will face Boris Kirchmar in his second match on stage this evening.
82.
And the way Boris has performed so far this week, he'll know a result here is pretty crucial, but darts like that won't help
80.
matters. I was quite surprised just how tall Mason Whitlock is.
Yeah, he is particularly tall.
133.
I stand at 6'4", and I'm not used to looking level or looking up. I mean, Jimmy Van Schie.
55. Oliver
There's a chap I had to look up
146.
to. Mason Whitlock isn't far behind. Is King now
86.
well in control in this game and in this leg.
$85. Oliver Carr, 60.
He's now up to his average a little up to 103. Whitlock just a smidgen under the 90.
Game shot the
Once
third
again,
leg.
this has been a
Oliver
very,
King.
very good contest indeed, and you have to say,
Fourth leg Mason to 3
King
first.
is
Game on.
playing lovely. Maybe one of the best games under pressure he's ever played in his life.
Yeah, he's leaving nothing to chance. He wants to get
100.
this done on merit. He doesn't have to be in that practice room out the back there, having to rely on
97.
matters elsewhere.
Well, the bottom line is, if King wins this, he's making Mason have to go and beat Boris. That's what he's doing. But if he can win it to 0, then he really does put himself in with a good shout of qualifying for the semi-finals.
134.
.104 average so far for Oliver King.
45.
Just how beneficial was that opening match in order to get on stage, maybe just settle the nerves? Okay, he lost convincingly in the end, but
100.
Mason coming in cold almost. Obviously, he's been in the practice room for a good couple of hours, but it's so different on the practice board
85.
than on that stage where
Oliver
things are a little
Carr,
bit warmer.
170.
The pressure is on.
Yeah, indeed.
$33.
If King wins this 4-0, he will be guaranteed a qualification. If it goes 4-1, the only way he can be knocked out
100. Oliver
is if
Carr,
Whitlock beats
137.
Boris, and that would be on a 9-dart shootout. So King will be more than king to try and close this
57.
out.
Mason Carr, 112.
Whitlock then. Treble. Single. The double
94.
is not
Oliver
there.
Carr, 80.
A reprieve for Oliver King, who can seal qualification to the semi-final now. He will have one dart at tops. Shuffles across the hockey and gets it. That is absolutely superb from Oliver King. What a performance under the greatest of pressures. And he is through from Group 1. We have our first semi-finalist this evening, and it is Norfolk's Oliver King. Let's take a look at the match breakdown. 97 average in the end for Oliver King. 86 for Mason Whitlock. He'll be back on stage to take on Boris Kirchmeier. But next, it's Gillett McKee.
Guess who's back? Back again.
Phil Taylor here.
Hiya mate, it's your best friend and darts here.
My best friend within darts. Peter Wright.
No.
Kevin Painter.
No.
Michael Van Gerwen.
No mate, guess again.
Luke Humphreys.
No mate.
What do you think of this Luke lately?
I've heard of him. Good little player.
Yeah. Sorry, I'll go again.
Is that alright, yeah?
Yep. Richie Burnett.
No mate, it's Adrian Lewis.
Oh, I thought you were Keith Daly. You owe me 370 quid, you do. I had you there, didn't I?
Yeah. I was just wondering if you fancy catching up, chatting about old times.
I mean, there's some great stories in them days, because Aidy's always cheating. That's why I call him Porky.
Right, okay, oh God. I'll be playing at the Modus Super Series.
We've got nothing to lose.
Shall we say Saturday, 30th of August, around 4?
Hey, right, I'll see you in 2 weeks or next month or wherever. See you later, talk. Okie doke.
I'll see you there.
Adrian Lewis and Phil Taylor will be in conversation here at the Live Lounge in Porto. The event takes place on Saturday, the 30th of August. Tickets are £35 and they're available via dartshop.tv. They also include a bumper night of darts for you as well, so you get 2 for the price of 1. And that is on Saturday, the 30th of August. So at the end of next month, you can join us here. That's one of a number of events taking place next month. Scan that QR code on your screen there and it will take you to a website called www.dartshop.tv. Dartshop.tv is what you need to use if you can't have the QR code facility on your mobile phone, or maybe get a brand new mobile phone. That includes Series 11 Champions Night. That's on the 16th of August. The audience of Phil Taylor and Adrian Lewis coincides with the second International Pairs finale on that same night. And this is what we've seen so far this evening here at the Super Series. Boris Kirchmar got his campaign up and running for a 4-1 win over Oliver King. Our second match saw Ryan Branley beat Mike Gillett 4-2. Oliver King needed to win 4-0 to send himself through against Mason Whittle. That is exactly what he's done there. Richard McKee is in action in our 4th game of the session. The last player we're yet to see this evening. We can hear from him now. He caught up with Sam Mulliner.
Richard McKee, the Group C winner. Here we are on finals night. Well done for making it through.
Thank you.
Just reflect for me on coming through Group C.
Hard group, but glad to get through. That was the objective this week, was to get through the finals night.
You are in Group 2 this evening, where you'll face Mike Gillett and Ryan Branley. What do you make of your opposition this evening?
Yeah, very tough opposition tonight, but hopefully I'll be ready for them. It's a long wait between now and our first game, but hopefully I can get myself ready and prepared.
What would it mean to you to secure a place on Champions Week? It's a pretty illustrious list so far. Adding your name would make it even more super competitive.
Just to get through I'm happy with that there. So if I could win it, that would be the icing on the cake. But I have to win one game at a time. So
you're no stranger though to making it out of the group on finals night. Semi-final for you last time. What do you have to do differently to go a couple of steps further this evening?
Last time I had a lot of luck on my side, so hopefully I get a bit more luck on my side and I can produce my A game. I don't feel I've produced my A game yet this week.
So plenty more to come from you.
Plenty more to come, I hope. Hopefully I can do it.
Well, fingers crossed we see the very best of you this evening.
Cheers, thank you. Cheers.
This is for the match for a 4-2 victory over Jim McHugh, and it is Richard McKee. That win sees him through to semi-final.
Combined tops of the 120. Already, that is his 3rd ton-plus checkout.
And he achieves it. What an 82 shot to finish the match. And what have you. Why are we not seeing Challenge Tour? Why are we not seeing them win somewhere else? And that, once again, another 100 shot goes for
So Richard McKee up against Mike Gillett. It's our 4th game of the night, and it's going to be watched in commentary by Scott Mitchell and Sam Mulliner.
Thank you very much, Henry. As we get our first look at Richie McKee this evening, taking on Mike Gillett, who pushed Ryan Branley pretty much all the way in the opening match of Group 2 earlier on this evening. Mike Gillett from 4th call. A weekly winner back in Series 3. Richard McKee, the Northern Irishman, looking to go further than the semi-finals, which he achieved back in Series 10. McKee still has a game to play after this one against Branley, of course. But as we saw in the previous game where Oliver King booked his place in the semi-final, Mike Gillett can do the same with a 4-0 or a 4-1 win. Does he have to step up from his performance against Branley, or will that level see him through?
Game on.
Well, if you look at what's been going on, you would say that level would see him through, but that was Mike's highest average of the week, that 94, and he lost with it. And by a long shot, too.
100.
I must apologise to Mike's wife, Tara, actually, because I haven't mentioned her yet. And I probably met her before I met all the others, so I'm very sorry, Tara. Tara's one of those, she just runs everywhere.
45.
She runs. She ain't got a car, ain't got a bike. She just runs. She's one of those. She's a friend on Facebook, and all I see her is just running everywhere. And I asked Mike about it. He said, yeah, she does. She just runs everywhere. So I think that's really cool, isn't it? I wish I could. Save me a lot of fuel money.
Preaching to the choir about the fuel money.
100.
Down to Portsmouth on Monday with your good self. Up to Newcastle upon Tyne on Tuesday. Milton Keynes Wednesday and Friday. And here I am back in Pompey. I think I've halved the value of my car in the space of this week.
You have got to be Darts' busiest commentator.
60. Michael Carr 161.
This week.
This week, yeah. The other 51 weeks, very much available for booking. Now then.
97.
Just setting it up nicely. McKee well back on 296. Hasn't really settled as of yet. And the theme when
60.
speaking to Richie earlier was more to come. He wasn't happy with his performances so far, as Gillett will have one dart for double 16. Can't convert this time. He will return, but I mean, McKee not being satisfied with his performances over Thursday and Friday. He won Group C, but did so by losing just one match, and that was against Telford's Dan Asprey.
Yeah, but the thing with winning Group C, as we watch Mike go for this double 8, other way, Mike, inwards.
8.
Not that far
Richard
in.
Ricard, 96.
As we watch, go for this 96. This is what he's been good at this week. This and this.
On the first leg,
you give him an opportunity around that mark, and he somehow just has the mental state and ability to go, you've let me get too close now, I'm going to have this. And that's what he's been doing all the time.
100.
That is an absolute hammer blow to Mike Gillett there, who was well in control.
100.
And finds himself now one leg down. A break of throw down. It looks as though he may well be having to rely on the group's final match to determine whether or not he himself makes it out of this very tricky Group 2.
96.
I was saying the disadvantage of winning Group C is that you play 4th game and 6th game. So you have to wait here for your group match, and then when you do, you're rewarded
100.
for winning Group C by throwing second in Game 4 against somebody that's already played in your group. So you don't even get the darts
81.
when you win your group. So it's a difficult position to play. I've done it. And it does. You feel like it's a long, long wait before you play. You come in, you're all excited. You're probably
47.
here from about 5 o'clock on. The show starts at 7:30. And here we are. He would have started this match at around sort of 8:45 to 9. So it feels a long old wait.
McKee needs a treble here.
44.
Cannot find one, and all of a sudden, Gillett is back in control. But as we saw in the previous leg, the outer ring proving a little bit tricky so
60.
far. Comes up with a trebleless visit of his own. And all of a sudden, McKee now has half a squeak once more. And that's all
80.
he needed in the opening leg.
Michael Carr, 98.
Look at this from Gillett now. Over the top.
60.
Just
Richard
not quite
Ducan,
there.
92.
We commented last night that Gillett's not one of those that splits those numbers. And where McKee is treble 17 for double 18 here. This time he hasn't
42.
been around that.
Michael Carr, 38.
Just under a ton mark and got a dart at a double. So you would have to say that Mike Gillett needs to jump in here.
Straight at it once again. Electing not
19.
to split.
Richard Ducan, 50.
And that lack of board management may well prove costly once again for Mike Gillett.
Game
As
shot on the second
McKee
leg.
doubles
Richard
his
McKee.
advantage from almost an impossible position once more.
Third leg Mike to through first. Game on.
That's 9 darts at a double missed for Mike Gillett in the first 2 legs, and that has been his Achilles heel.
60.
There's a certain amount of pressure having lost his first game that he knows he has to win. So is there a bit of double anxiety knowing that he has to win?
Well,
140.
it's now approaching do or die time for Gillett himself. Similar scenario as our previous match.
100.
It's not the scoring that's been Mike's problem. The average is low because of the problem on the outer
81.
ring. When you start throwing 9 darts at a double and not scoring anything, that can crucify your average. We saw a situation last night where
60.
Richard Burnett was sat on 8 and he bust. He was sat on 13 and he went for a 5 and he bust. He hit treble
60.
5 and his average dropped by 25 with 1 bust dart. So that's how easy it is to drop your average.
100. Mario Carr,
I imagine he
160.
gave the speaker on the edge of the stage there a good talking to after that. Now Gillett looking to set this one up now.
100. Richard Ducan,
Leaves himself a
120.
2-dart combination. But McKee can put a serious knockout blow to Mike Gillett, and he does. McKee's finishing has been absolutely imperious.
Fourth leg Richard to through first.
And Gillett is
Game
now
on.
staring down the barrel. McKee has the darts in this 4th leg for a potential whitewash. His finishing has been exceptional so far.
81.
Yeah, it has indeed. And McKee did hit a 120 shot out yesterday against Oliver King, who is also still with us this evening. So that's the second 120 he's
58.
hit. He's actually had 7 ton-plus finishes in the last 3 days, which is
140.
not to be sniffed at.
How frustrating is it for a player on stage where your scoring seems to be in good nick, but you just cannot get over the line
44.
because, well, they just won't go in the double?
Yeah, it's very frustrating. You start to think, why bother to score, because
100.
I can't hit the double if I get there. It does play a big mental game in your mind, but Mike is now in a position, Gillett's in a position now where he's got to throw caution to the wind. He's done all the trying, done all the thinking. He's got to find something here to just continue to
26.
score. And that is just basically opened the door for McKee to burst right through.
I mean, Gillett has outscored McKee
54.
in every leg.
Michael
but
Carr,
as soon as we
154.
get to this stage, it's just gone wrong so far. There is still time to change things, but
40. Richard Ducan,
McKee now
124.
with the potential to have a match start. Won't this time. But he will be banking on another visit.
54. Michael Carr,
considering
114.
Mike's finishing so far. Can the Welshman turn things round? Treble 18 needed.
43.
Again,
Richie
comes up
Ducar,
dry.
70.
So, Richie McKee, to seal his qualification, needs tops. Wayward marker.
30.
Bends the
Michael
wire.
Carr, 71.
No room for error here for Gillett. This has to go. He has to continue this match. 65 remaining. He's got to go 15 for Bowie and not be too greedy for the treble. Lovely finish. Can't hit a double to save his backside. Puts the bullseye up there. Almost hits its back bang centre. And I think the little Gillett supporters club there with the T-shirts on will be thinking, why on earth doesn't he just keep leaving the bullseye?
Can't hit a double, then hits
59.
the smallest target on the board. Silly old game, isn't it?
I have to say, if you could get a world championship handed to you for being a lovely person as a
100.
dart player, I think Mike would be a 5-time world champion. He is one of the nicest guys you could ever meet that throws a dart. He is just
96.
brilliant. And, you know, nobody is ever... When Mike does well, you know, there's a lot of handshaking goes on because he's one of darts' top guys, particularly in this area. Just a really lovely guy. And there's
100.
one of the shirts.
Got a little wiggle out of them as well. Very fashionable.
55.
Yeah, he was a pleasure to talk to earlier on this evening, Mike. Was in really good spirits. He'll be incredibly
60.
frustrated about his evening so far, but that bullseye finish will make him feel a little bit better about things. Played really well in his opening match. As you mentioned earlier, Scott, 94 average
45.
in his 4-2 defeat to Branley. Hopefully Bella and Bruno are tuning in.
97.
But now, for the first leg in this game, McKee has outscored Gillett.
140. Richie Ducar, 144.
Yeah, good bit of pressure there from Gillett.
$60. Michael Carr, 106.
Did apply a bit of pressure, but you feel that this has to go for Gillett. Treble 18, double 16.
90.
Oh, right on the wire.
Richie Ducar, 84.
And once again, the outer ring eludes him.
Now that was slack from McKee. Very uncharacteristic, considering his finishing
34.
prowess so
Michael
far.
Carr, 16.
And now Gillett returns for double 8.
Double 2 then.
12.
Oh, and he's hit every
Richie
wire
Ducar,
on
50.
the board on the outer ring. We told him to leave bullseye. He didn't listen, but it looks like McKee then.
To qualify.
Game shot
And
of the match,
there
Richie
we
McKee.
have it. It'll be Richie McKee and Ryan Branley to progress from Group 2. Mike Gillett, full of smiles. What a fantastic character he is. But unfortunately for the Welshman, he is eliminated. McKee, your winner by 4 legs to 1. A scrappy affair. The averages don't tell the tale. The checkout success percentages very much do. Mason Whitlock takes on Boris Kirchmeier after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
And I can't see it clearly, but it's obvious. I know.
James shot the third You leg. just get the Boris sense Crichton. that Boris needed that.
James
shot the third leg. Rinse and repeat.
James on the fourth leg, Boris Kritschmar.
Back to back 160 checkouts for Boris Kirchmar.
Just taking time to set, almost flew out of his hand. Double 14.
James on the first leg, Boris Kritschmar.
Clinical from Kirchmar.
Dobrodošli na drag u Modus Super Series. I hope that is my best Croatian put there. Joys of Google Translate. And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the Croatian Boris Kirchmar is in action in our next game. And he needs just a solitary leg against Mason Whitlock to qualify for the semi-finals. Mason has to win 4-0 to qualify. King is already through. And Mike Gillett is already out in the other group. Let's hear it from Boris now in English. I caught up with him earlier on in the week.
I'm very happy. I play good. Little bit finish my double. It's sometimes not good, but I hope I play better today.
Generally, how are the darts for you in 2025? How you feel like you've been playing recently before the Super Series?
But this is my the first big tournament in Steel Tip this year, and I hope I play good and I show my good darts.
So one leg needed for Boris Kirchmar to qualify through to the semi-finals. Mason Whitlock needs the lot. There you go, confirmation of what Boris needs in commentary, Sam Mulliner and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Henry. It's been a while since we've seen Boris, since game one. But he looked mighty impressive in that. which probably spells danger for his opponent, Mason Whitlock, who is looking to need a win here in this one, and a big one at that.
Absolutely. Only a 4-0 will do for Mason Whitlock. Good to hear that Henry has the same Croatian teacher that I have. Over have a chair for everyone watching in Croatia.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Mason to throw first.
Now Mason
Game on.
has the darts and really needs to step up from his opening match, where he was brushed aside by Oliver King in convincing fashion. Whitlock, who was so strong on the doubles in his Group B campaign, but they eluded him on the stage earlier tonight.
Yeah, just to point it out to you, Mason needs to win this one 4-0. High Jade indeed. Mason needs to win this one 4-0.
81.
And for Boris, he needs a solitary leg to see him qualify. So the odds very much against the apprentice.
But with darts like that, he can defy those odds. Kirchmar, who's been rock solid all the way through each match he's participated in on that stage since his debut on Monday.
41.
Just requiring the solitary leg to progress, and can fire back with a maximum of his own.
Mason Car 103.
Just the wrong side of the wire for Mason.
40. Boris Car 83.
Kirchmar now returns. Of course, we'll have no issues going for the bull, but it's double 9.
74.
Do you reckon this soft tip player would have preferred a shot at bull?
I think he probably would, the way that he'd been shooting out on bull in Group A, but
57. Boris Car 9.
Once again, the outer ring is not proving an ally for Mason Whitlock this evening. Double 4 for Kirchmar.
Game shot the first leg, Boris Kirchmar.
That's him done and dusted. He's through. He now qualifies with that one leg.
Game on.
So his job is done. That means Whitlock is done for the evening as well. I had noticed that he changed his flights for this one. Had he changed his flights, or whether it's the whole dart, I'm not sure. I think it's just the flight. He was using sort of a clear one with his...
He was, yeah.
Father's logo on. He changed it for this one.
What does that tell you then? Does that say that potentially, as Boris fills it up once more, I tell you Whitlock's maybe not fully confident in his equipment,
60.
or a bit of doubt in his mind that could potentially just be a niggling concern when on stage?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, it's very Peter Wright-like, isn't it? But I think we've probably seen his dad do the same on a few occasions. We know that Simon likes to tinker with his darts, particularly the points.
57.
He's tried to get me to use points made out of Allen keys. He said they don't bounce out and things. So Boris here, 41. Taking out 11 dart leg for him.
Third leg Mason to throw first.
You have to say that Boris is here and means business, and he's now trying to put a stamp down on proceedings. Have a quick look at the average. He's running a 103.66.
81.
Not a lot Mason can do about this, I have to say.
Well,
82.
If Kirchmar continues in this vein of form and does take the weekly prize here, he'll
60.
be eyeing up a spot in Group A of Champions Week, potentially joining the likes of Shane McGurk, Jimmy Van Schie and Derek Coulson. Those three confirmed for Group A of Series
100.
11 Champions Week next month.
Yeah, that is all decided on averages, like you say. Top 6 averages go into Group
85.
A. Next 6 Group B, and so on. Or next 3 in Group B, and then, yeah, your last 3 in Group C for Champions Week.
59.
Kirchmar confirmed as the winner of Group 1, then progressing alongside Oliver King.
46.
And that means he will straight away have the advantage of throwing first in the first semi-final. So
60.
things ticking over very nicely indeed for Kirchmar. It's not been Mason's night
44.
so far, but he will take heart from the fact he's qualified for a finals night.
128.
But Kirchmar is proving very hard to live with when he's in this type of form.
Yeah, it seems
94.
no matter what
Boris
part of the board he
72.
goes to, he's managing to pick up 2 pieces of where he aims at. Double 6.
66. Mason car 91.
And that's the first hiccup Kirchmar has encountered so far. Can Whitlock take advantage? Now then, how's this for a showstopper?
71. Boris car 6.
Just too low with the tops for the double-double attempt. As Kirchmar is in the madhouse. But he's out of it straight away.
It's only the madhouse if you keep
Full
missing it, mate.
through first. Game on.
It's a nice place to be when you can walk up to it and hit it first dart like that. Lovely dust stuff from Boris. You have to say, Paul Mason Whitlock on his first
100
attempt at a Saturday night has come really right up against it, hasn't he?
All part of his education, though, I suppose. Time well on his side.
140.
Yeah, more than on his side.
2 young stars on display. Mason
60.
only 22, Ryan Branley 17. Babies when it comes to this sport. When you see the
81.
likes of last week's winner Derek Coulson going very strong, playing the darts of his life at 57. But here comes Boris once again.
Third of the match for Boris.
58.
Fifth of
Boris
the night.
161.
26th 180 of the week for him.
Now, he did this in the first game, but he
93.
can't do it again, unfortunately, for Kirchmar. But he will return. Whitlock
94.
does
Boris
find the treble.
68.
But Kirchmar looking to wrap this one up. 1 dart for the double.
36. Mason car 128.
So to prolong the game, this has to go. Treble 20 for the bullseye. Not going to be back to the 18s. Oh no, it goes for the bullseye anyway.
32.
That would have left tops.
Here comes Boris then
Game shown
to
in
wrap
match,
up a
Boris Kirchmar.
comprehensive success. He tops Group 1 with a 4-1 win over Oliver King and a 4-0 win over Mason Whitlock. Mason will be back, of course, next series, I'm sure. But that is seriously impressive from Boris Kirchmar, who has impressed all week.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Jason Walker's back to defend the title that he won in April on Monday morning, and he'll be looking to join Luke Littler as a player to win 2 titles and also a player to win 2 titles as a teenager. Other winners include Andreas Harrison. Jim McEwen's actually going to be involved next week as well. He won in Series 5. Scott Taylor is looking to make it title number 2 when it comes to Champions Week next time out. Marvin van Velzen, of course, now also a tour card holder, and Darius Labanauskas hasn't actually been back since winning the title. Neither him or Raymond Smith. They're both lineal champions. The next Champions League night is on the 16th of August, the Series 11 finals night, and then the 12th series, the final series of the year, gets underway. That's on the 1st of September here on Pluto TV. But let's get back to the important matters of tonight then, shall we? Because we've got one more game to go in the pool stages. It's a meeting between Richard McKee and Ryan Branley, and the permutations are quite simple. They're both through. The winner tops the group. Sam Mulliner, Scott Mitchell.
Thanks, Henry. Yeah, I think that was plainly obvious. I don't think we Need any more explanations here? It's which position each player drops into now. Ryan Brownlee, he played in game 2. And I suppose when you play in game 2, it's nice to make sure you've got a win under your belt, so you kind of haven't got a jittery, nervous wait until game 6. And obviously, McKee, he won game 4. So he knew that he'd qualified. It's now all about winner takes all, and who takes the top spot and who takes the runner-up spot. And I feel it's quite important because the loser of this game will be taking on Boris Kirchmar in the semi-final.
Ladies and gentlemen, first leg, Richard is
you would like to think that in a game maybe you would like to avoid. No disrespect to Oliver King, because he's played well tonight as well. But if anybody was in this situation, you want to win this game.
Yeah, you said it, Scott. And also you want to top the group just on merit as well. But we mentioned earlier we could be on a collision course between the top 2 in Group A earlier this week. As we see the Geordie contingent inside the live lounge this evening, supporting the boy from Blythe.
Tough crowd. They want the 170 big fish.
100.
I did start a campaign a few months ago that the 170 is the big fish, the 130 is the little fish. So is 90 the cardboard box?
140.
I think so. I like that. Now what's interesting, Oliver King has elected not to stay chucking practice darts. He's sat in the crowd. Maybe keeping an eye on who he will face in the semi-final.
Yeah, I think he's gone and sat with his mate, who I believe is a marker on
64. Run your car
on the circuit.
61.
Alex Melton. He can be seen sometimes marking Pro Tours and Challenge Tours.
36. Richard Car 156.
So well involved in the game, but in a marking capacity.
Now McKee's finishing 44. Was exceptional.
Run your car 125.
In his win over Mike Gillett. Branley now eyeing up 125. Oh, this is spectacular. Just again, as we've seen him earlier, taking that extra moment before he goes on to throw a double.
Richard
just goes low on this occasion. Now McKee returns for 112.
$44.
That's a slip.
Run your car 20.
From McKee.
Getting shown the first leg, Ryan Branley.
Yeah, it is a slip from McKee because
second leg, Ryan to through first. Game on.
What was he thinking there? Because he had the opportunity to go treble 19, didn't he?
He did indeed, and I'm just before I opened my mouth and said it, I was trying to think 100. Of the alternatives here. What kind of, where was he going? What did he have in his mind? I'm not 100% sure. And
you were left stunned and speechless.
I was.
140.
I couldn't speak.
I've heard that before.
Nah, it's all my own work.
That's a Mitchell original, is it?
Yeah, all my own work.
83.
You can't afford slips like that against the talent of Ryan Branley.
$137.
No problem with McKee's scoring in this leg. On the Branley throw. That looks appealing. As does that.
140. $58.
And McKee can't respond. And once again, his mathematics just letting him down.
76.
Feeling the pressure, perhaps? There shouldn't be any.
No, there shouldn't be, but it can happen in a pressure situation.
100. Run your car 102.
I've seen many mistakes, many more mistakes happen in a pressure situation. Even I've made them myself.
Well, he gets a reprieve
82.
this time around.
Richard car 66.
And despite the poor mental maths, he now has the chance to break
Each on
back,
the
which
second
he
leg,
does.
Richie McKee.
Richie McKee
Third leg,
brings
Richie
us
to
level
first.
and
Game
back on throw. See, they might get it also now
43.
with the viewing public.
Out there with the Gillett fan club.
$58.
Yeah, you're on, he says. This is much better from McKee.
140.
Yeah, he knows what's at stake here. He's thinking like we're thinking. Who wants to lose this match and play Boris?
134.
Nobody.
That'll be music to the ears of Krčmar and the viewing contingent in Croatia
94.
this evening. No mathematical issues for Ryan Branley here.
139.
That is very smart darts indeed. And we saw a sign in the crowd earlier wanting a 170 finish. The
85.
big fish.
Run your car 170.
The viewing public is expectant with fishing rods at the ready, but not this time.
140.
Back in the tackle box they
Richard
go
car
for now.
139. $99. Run your
Nice
car
pressure
30.
applied by McKee. Now, he left it. Will he go straight at it? Will he split? Ooh.
He has no choice. He's got to go straight at it. McKee sat on a double.
No score. Richard
That was
car
unlucky.
40.
It ricocheted off the outside of the dart. So now it's
Game
tops
shot on
for
the third leg,
McKee, and he
Richard
takes a
McKee.
2-1 lead with that holder throw.
Fourth leg rounded through first. Game on.
So opportunity missed for Branley there. Seeing fewer and fewer players, I should say,
95.
electing to split these days, electing to go straight at the doubles they leave, even with the added risk involved.
60.
You a fan of double 15?
28.
Yeah, as long as I hit it. I'm a fan of any double as long as I hit it. You know, you're consistently asked,
81.
what's your favourite double? Which one would you rather leave in all sorts of interviews that you do? And I said I don't have a favourite double. The one that I hit for the win is my favourite that day.
100.
As a dart player, you can't have a favourite double and a least favourite double, because otherwise, if you end up on your least favourite double and it's the one to win a match or whatever, you can talk yourself out of it. So I've always been very open-minded and said I don't mind which double I leave. I fancy my chances at all of them. They're all the same size.
Well, don't want to be asking that question to Mike Gillett this evening. Scored so well.
100.
Just could not find that elusive double, which ultimately cost him qualification from this group.
140.
McKee here now throwing with freedom in the lead, isn't he? Putting the young man under pressure.
100.
He was hoping with
Richard
140
Car
there to
80.
lead 38. But it's McKee. He has to stay straight. That's caused a problem. Is it 25 and ball now? Oh, it's a lovely position. Bullseye right underneath.
55.
Oh.
Run your car 78.
That did look appealing, didn't it? but McKee couldn't convert, and Branley returns for a big holder throw. That's a cracking first dart. And it is double 12.
Game shown the fourth leg,
That is very neat and tidy.
Fifth leg,
level
reaching through
at
first.
2 legs
Game
apiece.
First 2 legs breaks a throw. These 2 have gone with throw. So we find ourselves at 2 apiece.
Both players had their opportunities as well to break.
$100.
You know, this should be a pressure situation for young Ryan Branley, but he doesn't seem to. He seems to embrace these moments. He seems to embrace these tussles, and he has done all week. These tight games, these ones that mean positions in table, he's just
54.
Absolutely romped them, and I suppose there's an element of freedom for both here with their throw because they're not going home, no matter which way round it goes. And no matter who they have to play next time in the semi-final, they will both believe that they can win matches.
Or do they both have Boris on the brain?
118.
I've seen it so many times here at the Super Series when some players just get up there and throw the darts without thought of
16.
any permutations, and you have other players that are overthinkers and need to know exactly how many legs they need, what position, what permutations, how the semi-finals are going to look.
140. Richard Carr, 144.
There's no separating these two at the moment. It's been nip and tuck all the way. Branley now returns for 89.
Two at double 16 then for Branley for a breaker throw. A 3-2 lead, 1 left. Disappointed with that one. Steps back, refocuses. Double 8 incoming.
81. Richard Carr, 50.
Big let off then for McKee, who has 2 in hand for tops. Great guide.
Game shown the fifth leg, Richard McKee.
And there you have it. Advantage McKee.
Yeah, advantage McKee indeed, but Branley still has the throw here. This young man is very composed. This is the part that comes naturally to him.
125.
There we go. Proof is in the pudding. There was the pudding. What an opening throw on a leg you have to win. I said a couple of times
51.
this week that when you're in this position at 3-2, even though you have the advantage of the throw, this 6th leg is the hardest one to hold.
Look at this.
180.
125, 180. What am I talking about? This kid knows how to do this. This is that natural ability that we were talking about, the natural mindset that most people have to teach or learn and teach themselves.
46.
Now, does leave a show-stopping finish, but McKee not going to be
60.
able to
Round
leave a
your car,
finish of his own.
150.
So time on Branley's side here. Could do with a treble.
60.
What comes up dry, and McKee can now apply some pressure.
Needs a treble
100.
now.
Round your car, 90.
So the cardboard box. Once again takes a step back. Shades of Rob Cross.
Game shown the 6th leg,
Branley brings us level.
I've got to say, that's as good as 90
final
shot out as you'll see anywhere under pressure. And now by holding, the pressure is all on McKee now.
60.
And as Paul Hinks calls 60, Branley knows he has a big chance to take advantage.
93.
The Geordies are in town.
$135.
The Geordies are in town, whereas they're usually in tune.
God, that's good.
You set them up, I'll bat them out of the park, mate.
83. $54.
So, once again, the door is left ajar for the 17-year-old from Blythe.
56.
Can't take advantage. And it's all getting very nip and tuck.
60.
Yeah, tense, nervous headache times. Desperate for a treble. This has offered the opportunity to Branley here to steal a march.
44.
That will sting. Especially when he turns around and sees McKee
100.
hitting a treble. What can Branley do in riposte? With a scowl.
65. Richard O'Connor, 92.
Does leave a finish, but it is advantage McKee once more. 72.
52. Round your car, 160.
Well, he's gone that route without getting himself a dart at the ball. Could have gone the 25 route. But what he's saying is he doesn't believe that Branley can hit this. Oh, he was right. He was right. I think his heart would have been
100. Richard
in his
O'Connor,
mouth
40.
when that first treble 20 went in.
Getting shown the match,
But
Richie McKee.
as Richie McKee hits tops at the first time of asking, he secures himself at the top of Group 2. The Group C winner faces Oliver King in our second semi-final. Boris Kirchmar will face Ryan Branley, the top two from Group A, earlier this week. It was a cracking game which got tense in the end. Semi-finals are up next.
please welcome the interceptor, Jensen Walker!
Jensen Walker.
Not for the first time. Keeps hitting doubles like that, he'll get nothing but applause.
And Jensen Walker has raced into the semi-final.
How does he hit that? That's how he hits it! And Jensen Walker is a Super Series success story!
And that's the whole reason you play darts, is because you want the challenge.
Yes, double 14 to win it in style.
And he is.
Oh, double 5. Oh, yeah!
Game, shots, and the match, McEwen!
The defending champion is looking to regain his title next week. Jensen Walker will get his defence underway on Monday morning. He's going to be joined by the 1996 World Champion Steve Beaton, the World Youth finalist from last year, Jurjen van der Velde, and in Group B, we're going to see another former champion, Jim McEwen, in action. It gets underway Monday morning from 9:30, and it's going to be live here on Pluto TV. Scott Mitchell's going to be watching all of the action in the 11th week. Opposite. And look, how will Jensen Walker be feeling? You've obviously won a world title. You went to defend it a year later. Do you remember your feelings when you went back to the Lakeside to try and reclaim that crown?
Yeah, one of the hardest games I've ever thrown in my life. It was, I was really nervous. I was apprehensive. I was, you just taken the trophy back. And that was when you realised you weren't the champion anymore. And Jensen will have that feeling next week. And he walks in here knowing that it's up for grabs again.
Steve Beaton's also going to be here now. I think when he joins at the start of 2025, I think we expected him to hit the ground running very quickly. Lost in the final in his first appearance at the Legends League. Hasn't quite worked out here at the Super Series for him just yet.
No, maybe. Look, it's very different to what Steve's been doing for the last umpteen amount of years, isn't it? A round robin type thing. He's been playing stuff that are knockout all the way. So it does take a little time sometimes to get your head round the way that this works, and that particularly in the group sessions, you don't need to win every game to go through usually. So very different to what he's been used to for the last 20 odd years.
Who else should we look out for next week?
There's a few really. Obviously, you've got Jamie Atkins. He's somebody that hasn't quite yet produced here, but he's got it as a repertoire. He's a former roommate of mine for England, so I know him particularly well. Jim McEwen, well, he never ceases to perform at this place. And Lee Evans is one that we haven't mentioned. Had a tour card, lost it at the start of the year. Really, really good sound player, and he had good stuff going on here before he got his tour card. So he's got good memories from here too. So I think that's a bit of a bumper week for week 11.
No funny business from Lee Evans as the action gets underway Monday morning from 9:30. Right, back to tonight's business then here in Portsmouth. And these are the results from tonight's session. The group stage is coming to a close, and the standout name so far really has been Boris Kirchmar. He's won both of his opening matches. Richard McKee got the better of Ryan Branley before the break, and so this now sets up the semi-finals, and it really does look mouthwater when it comes to the final 4 games that we've got this evening, particularly the top one, Boris Kirchmar against Ryan Branley. I think a lot of us thought that they'd be on a collision course for the final later on tonight. Richard McKee against Oliver King for the other spot through to the final, which will take place at around about 11 o'clock tonight. Let's talk about the 4 runners and riders then that are in the semi-finals. Begin with Boris Kirchmar, player of the night, bar none.
Yeah, player of the night, won his 2 games convincingly, dropped just the 1 leg. And you say he does everything that's on the tin, and we expected him to come here and be good tonight, and that's exactly what he's done. His maybe his Achilles heel is his opponent in the semi-final, who has beat him twice out of 3 this week, and he's been the only one to beat him twice. So Boris will be fully aware of that. He does have the darts in this one as well, because he gets to keep the darts in the semi-final through winning his group. So that could be the crucial part in this match.
Oliver King, the other player in that group to make it through to the semi-finals, lost that first game against Boris, but much better, wasn't it, against Mason Whitlock?
we've seen players here on a Saturday night start really slowly and then go through the gears towards the end of the evening. Oliver King has kind of maybe started that process happening. Could he get through the semi-final and do the same? Why on earth not? We saw some good levels from him during the week. I think that it's in his repertoire.
So Oliver King in the semi-finals. The other group saw Ryan Branley and Richard McKee make it through. But with Richard, he won both of his matches. It's just carrying on really, isn't he?
He is, and the first match for the person that wins Group C as well is always very difficult. You've got to wait till Game 4, and then you don't have the darts against an opponent that has already played on the evening. So winning Group C is always a tough spot to be in on finals night. But he came through it. And once you then win that game, that fourth game, you're then one game off and straight back on 6. So there's a bit of momentum with you. If you lose that first game, Game 6 then becomes difficult. But he didn't. He got it right. He won the first game and then came with a bit of freedom in the second one. He'd already qualified and he had the darts against Branley and that was a telling factor.
Back-to-back semi-finals here now for Richard. He's becoming a bit of a specialist of this format.
Yes, he explained at the start of the night he didn't expect anything of himself when he came here last time. And we now know that players, when they come here and have a good run, you don't think about going backwards, you always think about going forwards. He said that he wants to go one better this time, maybe two better. Could he win the final? But he's got to get there first.
Ryan Branley got off to a very good start tonight. Really good performance against Mike Gillett. It was actually forced to work quite hard to get that win against Mike. What will be your overall assessment of his evening?
Look, once again, he's stepped up and done what he needs to do at the right time. Yeah, okay, he probably didn't do it against McKee in his last game, but he didn't need to. He was already through. We're now at knockout time. Of all the players in the field that are playing, Branley's probably the one that's been playing the most. He's been playing Dev Tour, he's been playing Challenge Tour, he's been playing JDC youth stuff. So as far as match practice, there's no rustiness for Ryan. He's the one that's been playing the most and should be the one in the best form.
What about the two players that got knocked out, Gillett and Whitlock?
It was a really tough night for Mace. I think Mason Whitlock had two players who were playing above their average that they've been doing all week against him. So he was a touch unlucky, you could say. And I think Mike Gillett played lovely in the first game and did that 94 average against Ryan Branley and didn't quite win it. And I think that knocked the wind out of his sails and he didn't look like playing that way in the second game.
Let's look ahead then to the semi-finals because we've got 3 more games to go on this Saturday night. 2 semi-finals followed by the final. And look, the first one really does jump off the page, doesn't it? Kirchmar against Brandon. We kind of mentioned it a few moments ago. We thought that these two would be on a collision course for the final. They're going to meet in the semis. What do you think could be the key difference in that match?
Well, one, I think the fact that Boris has the dart, so he should have the advantage. But having the advantage and throwing first means that you're under pressure from the get-go in that game. So if you have a couple of scores that don't quite go your way, you know that Ryan Branley has the brain power, he has the mind power, and it all comes natural to say, thanks very much, I'll step in here. And he could well do, and he's done it to him twice out of 3 times already this week.
And it was interesting, he mentioned in his interview earlier on the scene that he knew about that head-to-head record against Boris.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you throw with freedom in that game. What's the worst case scenario? If Boris beats him, they're 2-2 for the week. So there's no fear of going behind. There's no fear of anything else. Ryan will know that he has the game and he has confidence to beat him.
In terms of the second semi-final, Richard McKee, I can imagine will probably go off a bit of a favourite for that one.
Yeah, I think Richard will go off favourite. But again, we know that Oliver King, once his back's up against the wall, like it was in his second game that he had to win, he came out the blocks firing. And he will probably have been expecting to play Ryan as well. You've got to remember that. So no disrespect to McKee. McKee hasn't been doing what Ryan's been doing all week. And he admits himself he hasn't played his best game yet. He may need to step up because we know that Oliver is riding the crest of a wave this week, and no matter what he does from here, he's happy. So he's going to be throwing with a bit of freedom, and when you throw with a bit of freedom and relaxation, it's surprising what you can achieve.
Scott, thank you very much for now. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we'll have our semi-finals here at the Live Lounge. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanauskas!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
With my heart and high and dry, I'll do what it takes to make you believe.
He's obviously going to go for it, and he's obviously going to get it. 161. Steps forward then for double 16. That is very, very good indeed.
So semi-final number 1 is a meeting between Boris Kurchma and Ryan Branley. Many expected it to be the final tonight, but they meet in the final 4. In commentary, Scott Mitchell and Sam Mulliner.
Thanks, Henry. The top 2 from Group A in our first semi-final. In our second, it's the top 2 from Group C. But here we are. Boris Kurchma, Ryan Branley. Kurchma, the winner of Group A, but Branley has the better head-to-head. And this should be an absolutely fascinating first semi-final. Boris Kurchma only dropping a single leg so far this evening, making his Super Series debut. It's completely flown through so far, facing the 17-year-old wonder kid from Blythe. Both players eyeing a spot in Champions Week. A And no matter what happens over the next 15 minutes or so, Ryan Branley is very much a name to keep an eye out in the darting world.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. First leg, Boris through first. Game on.
The legendary Paul Hinks gets us underway. And Boris Kirchmar's reward for winning Group 1 means he has the darts in this semi-final. Scott Mitchell alongside me. This should be an absolute cracker.
140.
Yes, indeed. And the first meeting of the week went 4-3 in the favour of Ryan Branley. And that was Boris's only defeat on day 1. On Monday, day 2 on Tuesday, Boris beat Ryan 4-1. And Boris had those back-to-back 160 finishes, 2 legs in a row on Tuesday. And day 3, Branley returned the favour against
59.
the darts, winning 4-2. So that's how Branley ended up 2-1 up in head-to-heads. And one of those, he didn't even have the darts. So maybe that'll be a bit of positivity that he may be thinking on this one.
Yeah, Branley will be completely unfazed, showing experience well beyond his years. It's pretty evident
92.
He's got some fantastic people around him in the northeast that keep him on his feet and keep him on his toes. But Kirchmar
57.
Trebleless, setting up a 64 finish, but Branley can break through here with the most impressive finish of them all. Not this time. But that is some serious pressure applied as Kirchmar returns for 64.
$32. Run your car, 36.
You could see Kirchmar was thinking about that a little bit, wasn't he, when he released? He now got to sit and wait and hope.
That's the first time Kirchmar has blinked pretty much all week, and Branley has taken advantage here.
Second leg round through first. Game on.
Branley, the young 17-year-old from Blythe in the northeast of England, has been the thorn in the side of Boris Kirchmar
60
in Group A this week. Is he going to continue to be here in this semi-final?
95.
Evening, Mike, once again. Always a happy chappy, Mike Gillett.
99.
You can sense a sense of anticipation in the live lounge now this evening. They know, the crowd
100.
joining us here in Portsmouth this evening, they know how big a game this is.
I think if the bookmakers were putting odds on which semi-final the winner came from, I think
174.
This one would not be putting any money on this semi-final. The winner of this would be the dead cert. But that means
58.
No pressure on the other two in the other semi. Well, there will be a certain amount of pressure because now they're not playing one of these two. They know it's a golden opportunity for them to make the final.
92.
Absolutely. And speaking to Ryan earlier this evening, he knew full well his head-to-head against Boris Kirchmar this week. As Boris looks to fill it up, which he does with aplomb.
76.
I just wonder if Boris is aware, as Ryan, as he now needs tops to double his advantage in this semi-final.
56. Boris your car, 68.
And all of a sudden, Boris can now break back straight away.
Game shown in the
He
second
may have
leg.
blinked
Boris
in the first
Kirchmar.
leg, But he is back in business in the second.
Third leg bodies to through first. Game on.
Branley there, cussing himself at the table. He knows that was a big opportunity that has come and gone, and how many more will he get?
140.
Yeah, Branley. Really is looking up for this.
125.
Kirchmar's hit 27 180s.
85.
This week. Only bettered by Branley, who was sat on 38.
36.
He can't believe it. Boris now looking to take full advantage.
60. He was hoping, he had a little look, he was hoping that was in to get him under the 200 mark. It wasn't.
Didn't quite go the full Niels Heinsoe.
55.
Who walked on a couple of occasions when he thought he'd hit the winning double earlier on this week. Hopefully he's made it back safely to Denmark. If you missed us earlier this week, we told you that Niels Heinsoe, who competed in groups A and C, drove to Portsmouth from the island of Samso off the Danish coast. Could almost have done with sticking a GPS tracker on his car because of that Heinsoe watch.
What is your car? 158.
In hindsight, it would have been a good idea.
$83.
Branley then with work to do in this leg.
$95.
Knowing the young man like we've seen of him this week, he still won't be panicking in this situation. Double 12 for Boris then. And some more pretty comprehensive finishing. That wasn't, was it?
Run your car 164.
Oh, that was very nervy.
Branley then with another one of them. He would have been in business.
92. What is your car? 12.
Boris returns then for double six.
Games on the third leg. Boris Kirchmar.
To move 2-1 ahead.
Fourth leg round through first.
So the game on throw.
Game on.
Yeah, still the game on throw. This is why I know that I don't think Branley will be worried too much about that. What I like, again, we've just seen it. He goes back to the table, has his little routine, a sip of water, wipes his hands on his towel, and then he has like a little blue sort of moisture bag there on the top that takes away the moisture from his fingers and his hands.
180.
And this is now Boris turning the screw against the darts with a bit of freedom to open up with a 180. He has pressured the throw of Branley straight away, but this is what this young man does.
127.
Comes straight back at you. He'd be a little disappointed with that last one.
But the scary thing is, he's just 17.
Oh, honestly.
95.
This guy first sort of came sort of notice to me was at the Challenge Tour and the Pro Tour, the Q School at the start of the year. And I saw him on both weeks. He practiced on a board next to me both days and both times, and I was like, who is this kid? He is just hitting that treble for fun practicing. And now here he is 6 months later.
140.
A few titles under his belt in the JDC. I think he's got 4 advanced JDC Tour titles and playing lovely here.
Yeah, winner on the development tour as well already this year. Whatever happens
100.
with Ryan Branley this evening, he is one special talent. Kirchmar, though, in control.
61.
Find the ball for a break.
Car 40.
But it's a reprieve for Ryan Branley, who again goes through that same routine you were talking about, Scott, as he now approaches for tops.
Yeah, does it all the time. A 13-dart holder throw is pretty special, but you have to say
Boris to through first. Game on.
Boris had a dart, his 12th dart at the bullseye. So what a leg he had also. Look at those averages, 94 and 95. It's just a real nip and tuck game. It's now turned into the best of 3 match. Look at those averages. Super stuff.
Yeah, this match wouldn't look out of place
59
on the PDC Tour. In years to come, this could be a match on the Euro Tour.
Look, this could be a match for years to come in
140
in the PDC Pro Tours, because you look at them both playing here and you wonder how they wouldn't go to Q School and get a tour card in January.
60.
It's getting to the point now where Branley knows he needs to break throw sooner rather than later.
140.
But Kirchmar just keeps firing in those 2 treble visits, which, when you have the advantage of throw,
92. Boris 161.
makes you pretty bulletproof.
And if you've got 8 world titles under your belt, even though they're soft tip, you are pretty bulletproof. You've got bounce back ability. You've got everything. And that's
133.
an absolute sign that he has everything. Super visit. And once he's now in a position where after 12 darts, he's on a double.
96.
And throwing it right back at Branley.
Game show on the 5th leg, Boris Kirchmar.
As I've said once already this evening, Boris Kirchmar,
6th
clinical.
leg round to through first. Game on.
This is a real high quality fixture, worthy of being a final on a normal week or indeed a Champions Week, such as the standard these two are displaying as Ryan Branley fills up the treble 20 bed with a maximum.
It's sensational from a 17-year-old kid. And I don't mean that
100
in any way disrespectfully, but to come back up there and hit that 180 after losing that leg in 13 darts
99.
to Boris. It's a determination. It's something that comes natural. The mindset, it just comes natural to him. I've been saying it all week, and he doesn't cease to impress.
95.
He's got all the tools. He's got all the tools. You just can't. You can't see him not going any further. It's going to have to happen. It's not if, it's when.
52.
Well, that'll do to leave Branley on a finish after just 9 darts thrown.
100.
The crowd
Daniel
here
Carr,
are
170.
desperate for the big fish to be landed. They want it. We want it. Ryan Branley wants it. He can't deliver this time. But time is on his side for
58.
now, at least.
$134.
Well, good
Daniel
pressure
Carr,
asserted
112.
from Kirchmar there. You have to feel that Branley is going to have to hit this 112. He's done it a couple of times this week.
Branley there just you know, he
52.
felt the
Boris
treble
Carr,
20 bed
72.
was blocked there as Boris Kirchmar now returns 72 points away from a place in the final. 1 dart left at double 6.
60.
Cannot convert.
60.
First time we've seen any reaction from Boris. 2 match darts have gone. Can Branley take out this 60 and hold his nerve? Lovely marker. 1 to go.
40.
Oh, I thought it was in on the other camera angle. So it's now down to Boris for the match.
Right at the bottom of the board. This is awkward.
6. Run
Wow.
20.
Ryan returns. Signs of real pressure from both Boris Kirchmeier and Ryan Branley. Branley now needs double 10 to take us all the way. And on we go. We are going all the way. This match has deserved to go all the way.
Game on.
I count that's 7 match starts that Kirchmeier missed, isn't he?
50.
He'll be just praying that he gets another one.
Well, with a start of just 50, Branley smells blood.
100.
Yeah, and that's good under the circumstances.
As you said, Scott, first signs of emotion from Kirchmeier, who has been stoic. He's been no frills, no fuss, no dramas. Things have changed slightly in the past 5 minutes.
60. One of them, 40.
Yeah, good visit. Considering he hadn't hit a treble, he was unlucky not to fill that up with all 3. He was so close to a 180 there as well. But Branley knows he's got him in trouble. Can he hold it together?
140.
Yeah, great retort there from Branley. Firing in a 140 of his own. And Kirchmeier
95.
does leave a finish.
It was a big last start, wasn't it, that treble? Absolutely vital, had to have it. That's Branley's grandfather there, watching on.
100. Boris Kirchmeier, 157.
Kirchmeier then cannot convert, but will leave it
98.
relatively
tidy.
tidy.
101.
But Branley eyeing up 101 points after surviving 7 match darts. And he will now have a match dart of his own. And it will be for double 16. Kirchmeier dare not look on. But Ryan Branley, the boy from Blythe, has beaten Boris Kirchmeier. This week's favourite is out. The Croatian debutant performed admirably there, but it is the 17-year-old wonder kid from the northeast that advances to the final. He will face the winner of our next semi-final, which will be between McKee and King. What a match!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler.
So the next nation to be represented at International Pairs 2 is the Swiss of Switzerland. Stefan Belmont, who we haven't actually seen in the main competition this year. He's doing very well in the Challenge Tour. May not even see him next year because of his status there. He could be on the Pro Tour in 2026. Him and Bruno Stockley are going to be representing the Swiss. And we've got 2 more nations to announce over the next couple of weeks. Jimmy Van Schie and Danny Van Tripe looking to defend the title that they won back in May. So that's International Pairs 2. This is what we've watched tonight. And we've had a decent night's worth of darts. And we've seen a bit of an upset before the break with Ryan Branley beating Boris Kirchmar by 4 legs to 3. So Branley through to the final. Who's going to join him? Richard McKee takes on Oliver King next.
With my heart on high drive, I do what it takes to make you believe.
Look, as Richie McKee hits top. Shuffles across the hockey and gets it. That is absolutely superb from Oliver King.
Time for the second semi-final of the night, a meeting between Richard McKee and Oliver King, and in commentary it is Scott Mitchell and Sam Mulliner.
Thank you very much, Henry. And just reflecting on that first semi-final, what a game it was between Kirchmar and Branley. But it's the front 2 from Group C that take to the stage now to determine who will face the Geordie youngster in this evening's final. Richard McKee has been imperious form on the outer ring so far this evening. If he can find his scoring boots, then we could be set for a grandstand finish. Oliver King has grown into tonight with a difficult opening match against Kirchmar, but then responded in best possible fashion, dispatching Mason Whitlock 4-0 with a 97 average. Scott Mitchell, the big question is, who's going to be joining Ryan Branley in the final?
I think this is a really even matchup for me. I think, yeah, it's easy to say it could be decided on who's got the darts.
Game on.
But I think either way, for me, I think McKee will love to get to the final
60.
again. He's been there before. And I think his mate there's got everything crossed. And Oliver King,
45.
Anything from here is a bonus. I think he's done brilliant to make the semi-final. He would have never had that in his mind when he left home in Norwich to come down here, and I think that
140.
This could be this week for him, or this last few days for him could be a turning point in his darting life, no matter what happens here in this semi-final.
60.
Absolutely. Oliver King making his Super Series debut, putting in a fantastic display to make it here, but knows he's suffered defeat to the hands of McKee twice already this week. And King, who admitted to me earlier that he maybe overthought things a little bit too much going into Friday. King and his fans will be hoping that he hasn't done the same going into this one due to that record I just mentioned.
Yeah, he mentioned to me yesterday that he'd like to throw the longer point because he feels that his throwing with a shorter point, his barrel sort of blocks off the
59.
the treble
Richie
area
Lacar,
and stuff
71.
and makes it smaller. But I said if you can keep it in 140s, that still makes you very difficult to beat. So
31.
That's the big number there, but it doesn't harm him on this occasion. King back on 2-3-7, and you could say in the first sort of four
45.
throws hasn't quite
Richie
settled
Lacar,
yet into
40.
this semi-final.
Yeah, I think that's a more than fair assessment as McKee
Each on
now
the first leg, Richie
dispatches
McKee.
tops.
Second leg, Oliver to throw first. Game on.
It's just a hold of throw, so Oliver King won't be too disheartened.
100. $131.
McKee, though, now starting to find his scoring boots, and the theme for Richie McKee so far this evening has been more to come. There's more to come.
85.
He's got more to give, which he is now showing.
He is indeed.
100.
Oh, he does it 180s with those little short points, look.
What about this for a response? Oliver King.
Like a London bus. Wait for one, and then two come along together.
100. Oliver
get the
Lacar,
tube.
136.
King then. Just giving himself a G up there following a very disappointing
40.
first start on
Richie
that
Lacar,
visit.
90.
And McKee now returns 490. Double 15. Well, that's advantageous.
Game shot in the second leg, Richie McKee.
Did he mean it? I highly doubt it, but nevertheless,
Third leg, Richie to throw
McKee
first.
goes 2-0
Game
up.
on. $81.
He's just quietly going about his business, isn't he, McKee? And if you have a little look at the average, he's
60.
actually on a 101 average.
The touch of Boris about him.
Yeah, absolutely.
100. 95.
King will know he has to get his skates on here. This game will be getting away from
100.
him otherwise. But he can take a lot of heart from his Super Series debut, whatever happens in this match.
97.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm absolutely over the moon that he's wearing his county shirt as well. That shows his love for his area.
60.
And his beloved Norfolk shirt.
Well, he's done Norfolk proud. Getting this far.
60. Richie Ricard, 160.
But McKee just letting
27.
King have half a sniff of things here.
Yeah, he is. He's you know, two real good opening legs. He's just gone off the gas a bit. But
59.
can you know, how
Richie Ricard,
were you going to be able to keep it
133.
up? That was the point. He was just so good in those first couple of legs.
97. Oliver
Now
Carr,
will
130.
return. We've seen your cardboard box taken out. Can we see the little fish to build up to a potential big fish in the final, perhaps?
Oh, it's a touch unlucky.
43. Richie Ricard, 36.
Just nothing going right for King at the minute.
Game shot in the third leg.
And
Richie
with this
McKee.
short format, it doesn't take long
Fourth leg, Oliver through first. Game
for a
on.
match to get away from you here. McKee is on the hill. King staring down the barrel.
$85.
So McKee
93.
on the verge of going one better than his last trip to the Super Series, where he exited at this stage.
140. $60.
This has been a bit of a theme of King's matches so far this evening. They've either been 4-0 or 4-1. Maybe he's got a train to catch.
Yeah, who knows?
84.
He's in pole position, though, to get a leg on the board here, which will help him settle the nerves for a potential comeback. That's a good visit. He'll return for double 18. McKee well behind.
50. Oliver Carr, 36.
So King with plenty of time here. But we'll want to dispatch this as soon as possible. Contemplating a split, I feel, which he has. Double 8.
Game shot
Good
the
board
fourth
management.
leg.
Good
Oliver
stuff
King.
from Oliver King, who finally gets a leg on the board.
Yeah,
Looks like
absolutely.
Richie
I
Nicholas
always
first.
question that
Game
splitting,
on.
but right thing to do in that situation. And it's all about the player and all about how the player feels about splitting. And if something they usually do, then get on and do
60.
it. But if you don't usually do it, this isn't the time to start it.
Yeah, we saw earlier this evening in particular with Mike Gillett,
85.
who found no friends on the outer ring this evening when he maybe should have contemplated the split.
95.
It's just half an opportunity here. King can find another one of those, or maybe even another one.
140.
That'll do. Could the comeback be on?
134.
Good response from McKee.
$81.
Oh, that last start let him down, and let him down badly.
Yeah, it was trying to pitch it over the top and give it a higher trajectory with a little bit less
100.
power, so that it dropped quicker over the top of that second one that was there blocking the treble. But he ended up squeezing it wide into the one.
And at this stage,
59.
when the margins are fine,
112.
that could prove costly. McKee should have a match dart here, and it will be for tops.
Richie McKee.
Richie McKee, his finishing tonight has been sensational. 4-1 over Oliver King, who has done Norfolk proud on debut at the Modus Super Series. But our final is set. Ryan Branley will face Northern Ireland's Richard McKee. McKee averaging just over 91.5. King got off to a slow start, which ultimately proved costly, but fantastic checkout successes from Richard McKee.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
out of the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Some says I've only just stopped saying the R in Luke Littler there. And Luke Littler has won this competition on a couple of occasions, and he's having some night tonight, having hit a 9-darter at the World Match Play against Josh Rock. Josh Rock was actually also on a 9, and he didn't even get a look in, but who's going to get a look in terms of the Series 11 trophy? Champions Night is on the 16th of August, and Jensen Walker, the defending champion, will be looking to be back there. He's going to be in action next week. So those are the players that have previously won the title. For Ryan Branley and Richard McKee, they're looking to give themselves 1/12 a chance of winning the title when it comes to August the 16th. That was after Branley got the better of Kirchmar by 4-3, and McKee got the better of King by 4-1, and that is the final we're going to see in a few moments' time. Scott Mitchell with me here in the studio to analyse all the action. And look, at the beginning of the night, we had Boris Kirchmar down as a huge favourite to go on and win. His stats, his numbers all week kind of pointed in one direction. But this is the jeopardy of the Super Series format. Any one game you can find yourself unstuck.
Yes, and that's the knockout situation with this. And there's so much pressure on what you're doing. The money goes to the winner, and you're so close to the finishing line when you're playing in the semi-finals. It can affect you a little bit. Boris has been good all night, but there's only one person in this room tonight that has had his number all week. He ended up having to play in the semi-final. We didn't expect it. He didn't expect it. And I think he was a little bit apprehensive about having to deal with it.
There's been a lot of attention, a lot of headlines about him back home in Croatia. A lot of publicity has gone into his successes this week. He's added quite a lot to things, hasn't he?
Very much so, and they're a country that are quite right to be proud of him. And like I say, he's come here, and he's only just fell slightly short. He's been great all week. You can't judge his week by that one game in that semi-final, because that semi-final was, again, one of the classic semi-finals that we've had here at the Live Lounge, and one we remember for a long time.
It's a region that's certainly growing, and look, we've mentioned in commentary, particularly in regards to the ADC, the work the ADC Europe are doing, and the spots that are going to be here for nations like Croatia. We've also seen other Mediterranean nations represented here in the past. We're going to see Mediterranean nations also represented at our end-of-year Global Championship. It's a region that year on year is getting stronger.
Yeah, very much so, and I think with Boris doing so well and people seeing his success and seeing that you can do it from that country, you can travel, you can play well, and you can go and take on the better players in world darts and the more popular countries where they play more darts. That's only going to encourage more players in his own country.
If you are a player from that part of the world and you fancy maybe chancing your arm, head over to www.dartsatlas.com. That's the website that gets you over to the amateur darts circuit in ADC Europe. And who knows, you could win a qualifier and you could be on this stage a little bit like Boris Kirchmar. We might be talking about you in future weeks. And no, we've got a global championship qualifier towards the end of the year, so why don't you chance your arm if you think you're good enough? Let's get back to tonight's action, shall we? And we'll begin with Ryan Branley, who beat Boris in that first semi-final. What did he do so right in that game?
I've been waxing lyrical all week about how mentally strong he is for a young man. He's 17 years old. And once again, he's come through a really mentally challenging game. This 101 here and this last dart is as good as it gets. That is as composed and as good as it gets for any dart player in any time. That dart there is like winning a world championship. It was that big a dart and that big a moment. And the more times that you experience those moments in your darting life, when they do come along for the world titles and they do come along for the big majors, you've done it all before. So it doesn't faze you. You know that it's going to go. And that's what impresses me. I felt that 101 was going to go before he even walked to the board, just his persona. And it's exactly what happened.
So how do you develop that? Or is that just something that's just innately in you?
It's natural. It's natural belief. It's in your mind. It has to be in your mind. It's the game is 80% about ability. So you learn the game and you start hitting hundreds. Then you start learning how to hit hundreds while the other people are hitting hundreds against you. And then you start learning that when you're all hitting hundreds and you throw first, you're going to get the first go at the double. and you start learning to take those doubles out. And it's something I've been impressed with all week. I've seen him 6 months ago, and I knew that this was going to kind of be the way that he goes, and he just keeps proving it time after time.
He takes on Richard McKee in the final, who I just feel like we just kind of know where his game's at. He's a cool customer, he's a collected customer, and he's somebody that's just going to be there or thereabouts, isn't he?
Well, he came out of their blocks in that semi-final and was posting 103 average in the first 2 legs. He came out, imposed himself on the game immediately, and probably, and I don't mean this as any disrespect to Oliver King, he probably hadn't been in that situation before. He hasn't had to face that situation before under the cameras. He has now, and he'll know better, because Richard then dropped off a little bit in the last 3 legs of that match. Oliver got a leg back, but Richard, he'd already done the damage. Now, for me, when he plays Ryan Branley, the thing that he may have an advantage, at the final, is that Ryan could be feeling that he's already played his final. That's where it could come, where Branley could come unstuck and work into McKee's favour. But I don't think Branley will think like that. I think he will now go, that game is out the way, next one's in front of me to win.
Just tell us a little bit about Richard's development as a player and what we've seen from him over his couple of appearances here at the Super Series.
Well, I think the bit about him the most that we like is it's rare that he kind of doesn't understand the ability that he has. He's very humble with it. I think he understands and believes that he can beat other players of his stature and above. But I think that the lovely part of it is he's typical, the luck of the Irish type attitude. Well, if I win, I win. If I don't, I don't. And I think that allows him to play with a more relaxed attitude maybe than some other players that are angry type players that have to win. But I think that his approach this week has been, well, I did well last time, we'll see how it goes. But he's got to the final again, and he's one step away of going better.
In terms of Oliver King, he can take so much away from his debut campaign, can't he?
Yeah, massively. I think when he came in the door on Thursday, I'm not sure that he knew what to expect from him. I think he walks away and goes out of the door this evening a different player than he was when he walked in. He'll have more confidence, he'll have more belief. Maybe there'll be a little bit more to lose. He's now a name. He's been on the TV. He's going to be recognised when he goes back home a little bit more in his area. People are going to keep mentioning how well he's done this week. And then there's a certain element of aspect of you've got to try and live up to that. But you haven't got to be anxious over it and try and force the issue to live up to it. It's just natural. You've just got to remain humble and do it that way. Otherwise, sometimes you see players disappear as fast as they arrived. But I don't think Oliver King's one of those. I think he's going to enjoy the moment. He's going to want to come back, and I think he'll embrace every part of it.
Let's have a look at those who have made it through to Champions League already, because it's quite the lineup that's already been assembled. The winner will join the likes of Derek Coulson, who won last week. Graham, honestly, you look at that, and sometimes we get to this stage in the series, Scott, and we look at maybe 1 or 2 names that you could possibly describe as maybe a little bit of a weakling. But you look at every single player in there. Every single one of them has either done something tangible, has played to a ridiculously good level. This is a Champions Week in every sense of the phrase, isn't it? More than every sense of the phrase. If you start putting under those names the titles, the bits, the opens, the knockouts that they've all won, there isn't enough room on that screen. There just isn't. It is what you say. It's a true Champions Week. They're all winners. They're all winners. They've all won big titles. They've all won big things everywhere else. And we've got a winner going on there tonight as well. And we've still got 2 more weeks to go to add to this. I mean, Jess Smith's a former world finalist. Scott Taylor's a former champion here. John O'Shea's won a World Masters. Shane McGurk's won a World Championship. Andy Hamilton's made a World Final. And Gavlas has been to a Youth World Final. Jimmy Van Schie's a 4-time weekly winner here now. Graham Usher's somebody who's made a World Seniors Final. And Derek Coulson is into a 4th Champions Week and made the semi-finals of the World Seniors Championship. everywhere you look, there's people that have done tangible things. And look, we had a very good Champions Week in Series 4 when you had the likes of Little, Vampire, Bolton, who were all at the peak of their powers. And you just get the sense that when we get to the middle of August, we're going to have something of real similar proportions.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think that is going to be the case. And whoever wins this Champions Week, it's going to be very special for them. And we've got a special week coming up when it gets to us.
It is August the 11th, the start date. The Saturday night is the 16th of August. Tickets are still available. Head over to dartshop.tv. We haven't got a final tonight, and both players have actually made their way onto stage. Richard McKee and Ryan Branley are warming up behind us. And in terms of this final, what do you think the keys are going to be, Scott, in terms of somebody walking away with the trophy?
I think it's whoever grabs those key moments, the moments that you must not let pass you by. You've got to own those big moments, and whoever owns the moments and the turning points in this, they will win it.
Scott, I think we've done our talking, haven't we? Time for the final. It is Ryan Branley against Richard McKee to see who is going to join Champions Week.
Kirchmar dare not look on. But Ryan Branley, the boy from Blythe, and it will be for tops. Richie McKee, his finishing tonight has been sensational.
So here we go then, time for the final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's Ryan Branley against Richard McKee. We're going to get a new name into a Champions Week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Ryan Branley has really made a name for himself over the last 12 months or so, whilst Richard McKee is becoming one of the real standout stars of the last 6 months or so here. Second appearance, semi-final last time. He's gone at least one better. He's looking to go two better. Sam Mulliner and Scott Mitchell in the commentary box for this final. And gents, I just want to get your perspective before we get underway as to what the keys could be in this final.
Thanks, Henry. Well, I thought, Scott, you made a fantastic point when you were in the studio there about Ryan Branley and could this be a bit after the Lord Mayor's show? I think this is the biggest test of his young career after coming through that blockbuster semi-final to now coming through to this final where he would be the favourite.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the key is how he feels about that. And for me, in the 3 matches that we watched of Richard McKee this evening, the man whose hometown is Banbridge, he has been 4 out of 6, all 3 of his matches this evening. And his finishing is the key. The man here, age 17, Ryan Branley, his hometown is in Blythe, and what an achievement it would be if he could win here tonight and add his name to that Champions Week list. How far his development could go with the help of that. It's going to all depend on this game here, because if he lets McKee have chances, you feel McKee will take them. He's done it all night. 4 from 6, 4 from 6, 4 from 6.
Away we go then for this final. Richie McKee has the honour of throwing first in the opening leg. We saw in last week's final just how crucial it is winning the bull for the final, and McKee has won that right. But here comes Branley straight away.
100.
Yeah, McKee has won the right, but that first visit, he kind of offered it straight up to Branley, and Branley hit 93. A ton to
Branley with another strong visit. The Northeast number 1, according to the crowd. Chris Dobie, Callum Ridds, Ryan Joyce.
They all have a say, yes.
Well, they can watch on.
To be fair, the guys up there support one another to the hilt, so
yeah,
they will add Ryan to their little support network, their little team of players who are becoming well known in the northeast.
Yeah, brilliant.
It's a hotbed of darts, isn't it? The
Yeah.
northeast has always been a hotbed of darts.
And they have a new superstar on their hands. Again, taking the Rob Cross approach.
93. Richard Ducal, 140.
And that was for a break. He's going to return at that 28. And McKee is going to have a job to get
60.
through there. And
Run your car,
big ricochet.
28.
So it may just be the opening leg, but a big moment already as Branley dispatches double 14 for an early break of throw.
Second
and
leg
goes
range
one
is
up
first.
against Richie McKee.
Game on.
Indeed.
$96.
And gets that treble on opening visit in leg 2. But McKee unfazed and can respond in the best possible way.
140.
Yeah, nicely done.
$135.
Branley means business. And the tremendous composure from a lad of 17 years old. Those
58.
fears that could have potentially arisen after beating the weekly tournament favourite Boris Kirchmar
45.
in the semi-final. The early signs suggest that it won't be a bit of after the Lord Mayor's show here for the young Geordie.
95.
Yeah, unlucky for more there. McKee was looking for that second treble to leave him the big fish 170. Branley's back in the treble 20. Playing lovely here at the moment. Running 109.44 as an average. I know we're not quite 2 legs in yet, but an impressive start and everything that McKee did to Ollie King in his semi-final.
Branley then too accurate. So
74.
leaves himself
Richard Ducal, 68.
on double 8, and McKee has been purely scintillating on the outer ring so far this evening and maintains it. You cannot give this guy a shot at double.
Through first. Game on.
How cool was that? That was cool, calm, calculated, never panicked, backed himself with a dart at a double. And when you're hitting 4 from 6 attempts, which he has done on 3 occasions tonight, you're going to be confident on the double. And the other thing that he has to be confident on, Ryan Branley has been running best part of 110 average for those first 2 legs. And McKee's back on 96. And he's managed to stay in the game at 1-1. It's super stuff from him.
95.
And super stuff mentally, because those 2 legs could have easily got away with him.
So how will Branley deal with that setback? That's how. But McKee's doing some damage here. And look at this. This is sublime from both players. And you look at the form of McKee this evening, in particular on those doubles, as Branley is back for even more.
He's got 126.
Won't leave himself a shot at
58.
double.
Run your car, 44.
As Branley looks to turn this game on its head again. That's less than ideal. Not a bad marker for double 13.
Game shot on the third leg.
And the marker did its job.
It did indeed. Just having a little look up. 41. 180s for Branley this week.
Game on.
Steady enough.
Oh, dear, dear, dear. Not bad for a nipper, eh? Wow.
Both players treating us to a fantastic standard.
140.
And I think either of these players, I mean, McKee, we saw a little VT clip there
100.
whilst you were in the studio with Henry earlier, Scott, of McKee defeating Graham Usher, who has already booked his place in Champions Week. Usher himself a huge threat to win the series outright, but McKee could do some damage as well, as could Branley.
That Champions Week already looks to be a who's who of the Modus Super Series over the last sort of 6 to 8 months. And
76.
Sorry, Mike.
No, Michael, no.
$45.
McKee now with a bit of work to do. He doesn't want to be going 3-1 down.
137.
It's a good 2 treble visit just to keep Branley on his toes.
Yeah, lovely bit of fun there from Mike Gillett. Obviously, these two
35.
guys were in his group and now find themselves in the final. That's why he was asking, can I have a different group next time? Well, let's say we'll see.
100. Run your car 150.
Yeah, this is a very different game than the one we saw earlier, isn't it? Which was...
Again, sorry to interrupt. Again, to stay there on
90.
the 150 and go for
Richard
the second
Leclerc,
treble to
88.
leave double 15. He's thinking he's probably only going to get one go at it. 18 for ball here.
63. Run your car 60.
Branley's back. Yeah, it's a very different game than what we saw in the kind of dead rubber in the group stage earlier. Scrappy. Again, can the marker do its job for Ryan Branley? Tops.
20.
Not this
Richard Leclerc,
time.
25.
And the way McKee has been finishing this evening, you'd bank on him to dispatch this double 10.
Game shot on the
He's
fourth
done it
leg.
again.
Richard McKee. Fifth leg, Richard through
All
first.
4 legs
Game
so far
on.
going against the darts.
2 from 4 for McKee on the doubles. 2 from 6 for Branley.
77.
We said that could be the critical part of the game that decides where the Week 10 title
96.
goes here on Series 11.
Now, Branley knew his head-to-head record against Boris
60.
Kirchmar this week was a positive one. Will that 4-3 defeat earlier on this evening be playing on the back of his mind?
I think he's one of those that doesn't like to get beat twice in a row. I think there's lots of players
83.
out there. You might have got me last time, but that gives them the positivity to get you this time. To play those 2 games on the same night is once again very different than when you're playing each other at a knockout one week
60.
and then doing it a week later. These guys are doing it hour and a half later.
Hour and a half is a long time in darts.
140.
Once again, McKee responds, but that was loose.
122.
That wasn't. They cannot be split, but Branley now looking to take advantage for a 5th consecutive breaker throw in this final.
65. 100. Round your car,
Sensible dart from
117.
Branley to go the 25 to leave down under 120. He only has to have a treble to single combination to leave himself a double. It hasn't happened this time.
57. Richard Ricard, 82.
Which way? He goes treble 14 usually. He has again 18 for ball.
Just gets the big number. It's the ball.
50.
It's a handy
Round your car,
18 if he's
60.
able to come back. He's left 32.
Huge moment in this final. Ryan Branley gets the single, just shuffling across the oche, taking a step back, back forward he comes now with 2 darts at tops. Clutch moment in this final. Branley
40.
cannot convert.
Richard Ricard, 32.
He missed 2 in the last leg. He's now missed 2 in this leg. That is tight. Double 8.
Game shot.
Oh, and he gets it. This is what happens when you're on that run of hitting doubles. The confidence when you get there is brilliant.
Game on.
His form just continues to get better and better on that outer ring. This is what's got him this far, thus far.
96.
Branley has now got adversity to overcome as McKee fills it up.
Yeah, momentum's with McKee here, isn't it? He did say at the start of the game, you offer McKee opportunities,
60.
he will take them. Well, I'm now looking at the double stats. 2 from 8 for Branley, 3 from 8 from McKee. There's nothing in that now either. Look at this.
108.
Back to back 180s against the throw. You have to say McKee is
57.
turning the
Richard Ricard,
screw.
141.
Now this would be a special way to round off a weekly win. Double 12 for a 9-dart leg. Richie McKee wires it.
What a way to finish a night that would have been.
Wow.
60.
Richie McKee now
Richard Ricard,
steps
24.
up. Adrenaline coursing through his veins. Double 12 once more. That was loose.
12.
Oh, what's going through my head here now is how much has that double 12 missed affected his mind? Because he now knows
96.
Branley
Richard
has a
Ricard, 12.
shot.
Double 6. The pressure is on. Branley senses an opportunity. And McKee maybe should have taken a step back, just like Ryan Branley is doing now.
He hasn't really. That's not been his routine. So I kind of think he's trying to get a bit of rhythm and try and hit it. He's still obviously got that going through his head. 57 here. Oh, it means McKee gets to go back again. And we said the double hitting was going to be the difference.
12.
Another chance, and this time it is taken. Richie McKee of Northern Ireland is this week's Modus Super Series winner. He has overcome Ryan Branley, who will no doubt be a star of the future, that is for certain. But Richie McKee joins an illustrious list for this Series 11 Champions Week. And barring that last leg where he wired double 12 for a 9-dart leg, made a bit of mess of the doubling in the end. But on the whole tonight, his doubling has been different class. Richard McKee, your winner of Week 10.
So, Richard McKee into a first Champions Week here at the Super Series, beating Ryan Branley in the final. And he almost did it in perfect style, missing double 12 for a 9-dart leg. For Ryan Branley, it's been quite the week for him, the 17-year-old from Blythe. We're going to see him at the Rising Stars Week in around about a month's time. But it is all about Richard McKee, who joins fellow countryman Neil Duff as a Northern Irishman to have made it through to a Super Series Champions Week. And he is about to get the ultimate adulation. He's actually getting a thumbs up, and he's actually getting a little bit of a salute from Scott Mitchell, who's with me here in the studio. We're going to hear from him in a couple of minutes' time, but let's crown Richard McKee as the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for the presentation. Would you please show your appreciation and your support as we crown him for the very first time a Modus Super Series weekly winner. It's Richard McKee! Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, Richard McKee!
Richard McKee is the weekly winner here at the Super Series. Scott Mitchell with me in the studio. Scott, let's reflect on what this will mean for Richard, because you just get the sense, you can see he's a little bit overwhelmed by the emotion of it all. This is the biggest thing he's ever done in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we know we've been up here with him and chatted with him on a few occasions this last couple of days. And he's such a humble guy, and whatever happens. But that probably got him that moment, those two 180s in that last leg. And then to miss the double 12, he then was lucky enough that he had the time to sort of hold it all together and grip it all together. I'm just so pleased for it. I'd have been pleased for either of them. Both of them have been so good tonight. And like you say, Mike Gillett, poor fella, he had those two in his group. But it's been about those two, Branley and him tonight. They've just been sensational, and they gave us a really good final as well.
Richard's going to join us. He's going to be in that third seat in a few moments' time, and we will hear from him after this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen! And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison! And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion,
Scott Taylor.
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Branley has now got adversity to overcome as McKee fills it up.
Yeah, momentum's with McKee here, isn't it? We did say at the start of the game, you offer McKee opportunities,
60.
he will take them. Well, I'm now looking at the double stats. 2 from 8 for Branley, 3 from 8 from McKee. There's nothing in that now either. Look at this. Back to back 180s against the throw. You have to say, McKee is turning the screw.
141.
Now this would be a special way to round off a weekly win. Double 12 for a 9-dart leg. Richie McKee, why is it?
Was there anything going
Sorry, Richie. Sorry about that, VT.
Glad we didn't finish it.
Look, many congratulations for winning the week. We'll go over the 9-dart in just a second, but I just want to... Okay, we won't go there. I want to begin by... we'll never ever show that again, apart from like the 15 times we'll show it at Champions Week. Many congratulations.
Thank
Job
you.
done. Just some... Well, I can imagine there's a lot of emotions right now.
Yeah, bit in cloud nine at the moment. I can't believe it's happened. You know, it hasn't sunk in. It probably won't sink in for a few days. Just an absolute fantastic feeling. But you know you have the support back home from everybody. You know the bars are packed tonight. You feel like you have to deliver, and I didn't deliver my first 2 games. I think I brought them down to my level. Whereas when I slowed myself down and dug deep, I got there.
Was that key tonight? Playing your own game, playing your own dart?
Yeah, it was. Because, like I said, against Niels yesterday in my last game, I speed him a throw up, and it worked well. And I tried that tonight, and it's not my game. I had to slow myself back down again.
In terms of that final, we'll talk about the final against Ryan now. What do you feel like was the big key for yourself in that game?
I think I maybe won a leg on the throw. I think the first couple of legs went against throw, and I think winning my throw was like, right, now's your time. You know, I was just thinking, win your throw, and you've got a good chance. Because Ryan's a talent. You know, he's going to go far in this game, no matter what. So he will.
What was the game at the end of the group stage? Was that any influence to you in the final game? Because you'd obviously played one another then.
Yeah.
And Ryan had stated before the evening started that he was 2-1 up on Boris.
Yeah.
So he's fully aware of what the head-to-heads are. So the fact that you beat him in the group,
yeah.
I was just wondering whether he was going to come out and think too much about that fact that you've already beat him, and he was going to try too hard to get you back in the final.
But I was thinking the same thing. I beat Oliver twice this week, and I thought, you know, that's the one he's going to win. You know, it's okay winning group stages.
It can be a negative, can't it? Yeah, definitely.
I just thought this is the one he's going to win, but thankfully got over the line. You know, I had a dream last night. My Uncle Harry, who passed away 5 years ago, he was there, and he gave me a massive hug and said, you can do this. And that was in my head the whole way through tonight. So it was, and just carried him with me.
So it was an inspired night for yourself.
Yeah. Especially, like I said, that support I have back home, living in a small town syndrome, everyone's there for you and everyone supports you. So just to get over that winning line, it's a dream come true.
It's a fantastic feeling as well, isn't it?
Yeah,
When you've got that much support.
it's unbelievable.
I totally get that.
Let's touch on that a little bit then, in terms of back home, because you were kind of saying off air before we went on air that there's people kind of convening in pubs and clubs back home where you live, and I imagine there's a lot of people beaming pictures now, and probably with the last orders bell going at the bar, probably toasting you tonight, right?
Hopefully, yeah.
There'll be pictures of him as a 4-year-old on his social media tonight with every friend that he's got. Going, that was our boy. Look at him, he's the champ, and that's what happens.
You know,
when you win something like this, that's what happens in a small community.
It's just a pity tonight, like a night tonight. Eddie Higgins isn't here to see it. You know, he let me throw in his bar when I was 16, lied about my age for 2 years, and passed away a few years ago. And these are the sort of nights you play for them. So you do.
So, in terms of Champions Week, obviously moving forward, I suppose things like that, is that going to be another thing, right? You're doing that again in that kind of memory. And I suppose it's those people, isn't it, that kind of began that journey. They're the grounding point. And I suppose in a moment like this, they're the people that you think of.
Yeah, it's strange how you do think of people like that, you know. But you have to thank the people in the now, you know, Matthew McGann. And I'd love to dedicate this win to Matthew because he's going through a very hard time now with family matters. And he was the guy that started the Falls and Bond Bridge. And when he started him, he thought of people like me that might have a chance at, you know, doing something in the Modus series. So I dedicate this to Matthew.
In terms of Richard, the way he played tonight, and some of the things that you said in the interview, it kind of summed up in his game. He played with a lot of heart, a lot of grit. It wasn't always routine, it wasn't always easy, but wherever the cards they were stacked, whether they're for or against, he found a way, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. I'd describe you as a kind of good old-fashioned player. Just absolutely, you just go toe to toe. If it's a 72 average and you need something to inspire you or get you going, you do it. And at the same time, if you're doing 100 average, you're doing the same thing. It's the whole game to you. Averages don't seem to matter. It's about getting that W and getting that one leg on your side. And I think there's so much emphasis on. It's like tonight in that final where Ryan was, you know, running 112 average after 2 legs, but you still had one of the legs. So he'd thrown everything at you by the kitchen sink, and you're still there. And I do think that the youngsters today do think too much about the averages. And the bottom line is, it's putting the numbers on your side of the board until you got enough to win. Keep it that simple.
They're playing against apps and everything on their phones and thinking about averages too much. There's no point. Just win, win, win. You know, win with an 80 average opposed to losing the 110 average. You take it. And
that's it.
And I have proved that.
Absolutely. Otherwise, they're going to do it to you. That's the only thing I understand.
I think it should be nicknamed the Magpie. I've stole a few legs over the past
I think there is already one.
That's true, yeah.
We're certainly going to be saluting you tonight, that's for sure. As I mentioned, Champions Week is on the horizon in a few weeks' time. I know you've literally just won the task. This is probably a stupid question to ask, but first of all, how much are you looking forward to that? And B, do you feel like the way you've played and the way you said, you know, you've got this grit, this tenacity, this fight, that possibly, and I know this is a very tough list of players that you're going to be joining in a few weeks' time, but is this an opportunity of a lifetime for you?
Yeah, definitely. Look, every time you come here, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for players like me that never expected it. You know, you're happy throwing your pubs and clubs with no ambition of ever going to PDC, the WDF or anything, and hopefully I'm proof that it can happen to anybody, you know. Just stick in, take your chances, steal a few legs.
How does it feel seeing your name on that screen just then with all those other players?
Yeah, crazy. I'll be honest.
Isn't it?
It is.
Sometimes you have moments in your darting life where you have to pinch yourself. We've all been there, we've all had them. And I could just see the look on your face when you were looking at it. It was like, what am I doing there with all them?
That'll happen on Monday morning when I'm back to work.
Well, you've got to get some more time off now.
Yeah. I'm going to be trouble in August. But I'll work my way.
So, obviously, it's a couple of weeks away now. You've won week 10. Now, do you want the good news? Nobody's won more Champions Weeks from a week than the week that you've won.
Right. No pressure then. Pressure's for tired, say back home.
What's going to be the prep then between now and Champions Week? What's going to keep you kind of ticking over?
I think I'm going to do what I always do, and that's not too much practice. I can get inside my own head too much, and like I said, I had tendonitis in my elbow, and I've been struggling with that the past 2 months. It's been great this week, but yeah, I'll just stick to what I always do, very little.
And he's kind of in that lovely situation where it's an opportunity of a lifetime, but Richard goes into it with absolutely nothing to lose.
Well, the reason for that is he's not trying to do it as a job. He's not trying to say, I want to do this as a job and I'm going to make it pay my way. It's his hobby. So it's kind of a hobby that's going really, really well, I might hasten to say.
Never even thought about the money.
Exactly. Liar. To be honest, you can't think about the money when you go for those doubles.
Honestly,
you miss
it just sunk in there.
But I think it's the way that he keeps it humble, the way that he keeps it as that hobby. He's able to then not put too much pressure on himself because of that. And it's something that I can relate to. You don't have to be a pro player to be a good dart player in this sport. You just don't have to. You can do it with your mindset, and it's something that he has. I'll remember that when I next play him when he gets near a double.
So if you're not thinking about the money, can we keep the money?
Yeah.
That's £5 saved, everybody. £5 saved.
I treat myself to a new guitar.
Well, Richard, many, many congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It's been great
pleasure.
watching you this week. We're going to see you in a few weeks' time at Champions Week. Enjoy the celebrations. Good luck with the boss on Monday.
Cheers.
Scott, thank you as ever for your company. We shall see you again very, very soon. Well, next week sees the defending champion Jensen Walker in action. He'll be hoping to make it through to Champions League, just like Richard McKee did this evening. Steve Beaton's also going to be in there. Julian van der Velde, the World Youth finalist from last year, is going to be in there. Another former champion in Jim McEwen also in the field. And Jamie Atkins is pushing on the door of a weekly win here at the Super Series. We're going to watch the action get underway on Monday morning from 9:30. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV between now and then. Coming up next is a break of throw, which features the Whitlocks, Messes, Simon and Mason there. That's going to be followed up by Oki to Oven, because Hell's Kitchen was not available as a name. Steve Beaton and Richie Burnett is going to be in the firing line, quite literally. And then we're going to be back on Monday morning from 9:30 to see Week 11 get underway. And then, of course, we're going to be back as ever from 7:30 p.m. to see who is going to join the Champions Week 4. But as far as Week 10 is concerned, it's the chef Richard McKee who kept his cool under pressure. He had the McKee and he had the McSecret. We'll see you on Monday.
Very good. That was good. That was good.
He's going to go for it, and he's obviously going to get it. 1-6-1. Steps forward then for double 16. That is very, very good indeed. Shuffles across the Oki and gets it. That is absolutely superb from Oliver King. Qualifying. And there we have it. Here comes Boris then to wrap up a comprehensive success. He tops Group 1. But as Richie McKee hits tops.
Game show on the fifth leg, Boris Kirchmar.
As I've said once already this evening, Kirchmar dare not look on. But Ryan Bradley, the boy from Blythe, has beaten Boris Kirchmar. Well, that's advantageous. Did he mean it? And it will be for tops. Richie McKee, his finishing tonight has been sensational. Bad marker for double 13. And the marker did its job.
Double 8. Oh, he gets it. This is what happens when you're on that run of hitting doubles.
A special way to round off a weekly win. Double 12 for a 9-dart leg. Richie McKee wires it. Another chance, and this time it is taken. Richie McKee of Northern Ireland.
It's Richard McKee!
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
Finals night, and it's a knockout push.
Dirty Harrison!
you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!